Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Korea Peacekeeping Forum for Women's Empowerment. I'd like to ask all distinguished guests to kindly take seated. We'll start now. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ajong Lee. I'm the External Relations Team Leader here at UN Women's Center of Excellence in Seoul, Republic of Korea. It's my great privilege and honor to serve you as the Master of Ceremony for today's event. Thank you very much. This event has been a very popular event indeed. We have almost 200 guests gathered in person today here at Hotel Lotte, but we also have about 100 online registered participants who are joining us today online from different locations around the world. So please note that this event is truly an international event, and we'd like to acknowledge and thank our online participants for your keen interest in joining this special forum with us today. Now, we'd like to start with a short video on the importance of UN peacekeeping, which sets the tone for this forum. Many peacekeepers present in this room we'd like to acknowledge and thank for their service indeed. Now, I'd like to ask Dr. Jeongshim Lee, who is the director of the UN Women's Center of Excellence, who is the host of today's event, to the podium.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, honored military leaders, on behalf of UN Women, I would like to express my gratitude to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon for taking the time out of his busiest schedule to join our event as the keynote speaker. We all recognize that he has truly exemplified the role of a gender champion. One of his landmark achievements was to appoint Major General Christine Lund as UN's first ever woman military chief in 2014, who became the UN Peacekeeping Force commander in Cyprus. Today's forum is very meaningful because it is the first event taking place in Korea that puts the spotlight on the issue of women's empowerment in peacekeeping forces. So I am very proud and pleased that UN Women Center of Excellence, which was established at the end of last year, was able to convene this forum together with the Ministry of National Defense of the Republic of Korea. My special thanks go to Mr. Taekeun, the Deputy Minister, and the Ministry for its excellent collaboration in co-hosting this forum. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed military leaders representing nearly 20 countries. I particularly recognize Major General Cheryl Pearce from Australia, Major General Ingrid Gjerde from Norway, and Major General Shahadev Khadka from Nepal, as well as our distinguished speakers from Canada, Malaysia, Mongolia, Pakistan, Republic of Korea, the United Kingdom, and the United States. We have many ambassadors here, and I really appreciate their commitment to the agenda of women, peace, and security. I would like to extend my special welcome and congratulations to the women military officers from 12 countries in the Asia-Pacific region who have successfully completed the Women's Military Peace Operations course in Seoul, which has been taking place for the last 3 weeks. I would like to ask all our guests to remember the commitment we made at the United Nations to promote full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in peace operations. The empowerment of women should be recognized and pursued and honored as everyone's agenda, not just a woman's issue, because this empowerment of women makes everyone safer, happier, and more prosperous. With that in mind, UN Women will continue to partner with the government of the Republic of Korea, as well as with partner nations, to uphold its mandate of empowering women and girls around the world. As the slogan of today's forum rightly notes, let's empower women and build peace, because after all, peace is best kept together. Thank you very much.
At the Ministry of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Taekeun.
Good afternoon. I'm Taekeun, the Deputy Minister for Policy, Ministry of National Defense of the Republic of Korea. I would like to first share my appreciation to the Director Jeongshim Lee and UN Women Staff for co-hosting the Korea Peacekeeping Forum for Women's Empowerment. His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, former United Nations Secretary General, honorable ambassadors, UN PKO force commanders, and UN peacekeepers, and to all the domestic and international distinguished guests who graced us with their presence. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to all participants who took the time to attend the forum amidst your busy schedule. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the faithful connection between the United Nations and the Republic of Korea began when the UN forces joined the Korean War to defend freedom and liberty. From then on, the Republic of Korea was able to overcome the tragedies of war and transition from an aid recipient to a donor country through the assistance of the United Nations and the international community. Furthermore, the year 2023 is a meaningful 30th anniversary of the participation of the ROC in the UN peacekeeping operations, which dates back to the deployment of an engineering battalion to Somalia in 1993. Since then, the Republic of Korea dispatched peacekeeping forces to countries including Angola, Western Sahara, Timor-Leste, and Haiti, and is currently participating in 4 UN PKO missions, which include UNIFIL in Lebanon and UNMISS in South Sudan. Such experiences ultimately culminated in becoming the first Asian country to host the Seoul UN Peacekeeping Ministerial in 2021, where the declaration of the Seoul Initiative was made and various courses of actions to contribute to PKO activities with the UN member states were proposed, including capacity building for women peacekeepers, establishment of smart camps, and execution of training programs for engineering troops based on triangular partnership program. Might I say, the stride the Republic of Korea made are the most successful cases that UN peacekeeping operations are searching for. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the UN Peacekeeping Forum for Women's Empowerment was an extremely meaningful event co-hosted by Ministry of National Defense of the ROC and UN Women, as it aims to contribute to the capacity building of women peacekeepers and the expansion of PKO participation in an effort to honor the ROC PKO pledges. In a span of 3 weeks ranging from September 4 to today, a total of 24 women officers from 12 member states participated in the Women's Military Peace Operation course and were trained on core pre-deployment materials and specialized materials for UN PKO missions, as well as undertook a scenario-based exercise that reflected the local situations of missions. Moreover, this forum was held with the hope that it will establish and develop an environment that the women officers who participated in the WMPOC will be able to display their leadership in the UN peacekeeping operations. Ever since the adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security in 2000, the United Nations has continued discussions on the protection of the most vulnerable stakeholders, women and children, in areas of conflict, and this is a priority for Action for Peacekeeping initiative the UN pursues. In executing the mandate of the protection of civilians, women peacekeepers are the key actors in performing missions by communicating with and contacting women and children at the front lines. Furthermore, for the success of the missions, proactive participation of women peacekeepers by guaranteeing women's full, equal, and meaningful participation is ever more necessary in all areas ranging from the tactical level to the operational and strategic level. The networks and partnership the women leaders and forces have established throughout the years have played a vital role in building trust while resolving and preventing conflicts. General Ingrid, Gjerde, General Cheryl, Pearce, and all women peacekeepers in this forum are the real living witnesses and heroes who made efforts and sacrifices in their peacekeeping missions. I would also like to once again express my appreciation to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, former UN Secretary General, for paving the way and building a blueprint for the participation of women in all areas of decision-making in conflict resolution and peace establishment, and for the reflection of WPS factors in all Security Council agendas. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that through the sharing of invaluable peacekeeping experiences from the panel and participants, including the UN PKO force commanders in the forum, a common understanding in the importance of the participation of women leadership for maintaining and enhancing world peace be established. Finally, I wish that this forum becomes a treasured event where discussions on methods for contribution on practical assistance in UN peacekeeping operations take place. and where cooperation and solidarity among every participant grows stronger. Thank you.
So the Korean 한국어는 채널은 1번이고요. 영어는 2번입니다. So please kindly use the device that are provided on your table. Now, without further ado, I'd like to play the video message by General W.D. Eyre, who is the Chief of the Defense Staff of the Canadian Armed Forces, who could not be with us today in person, but he cared about this event so much that he sent the video message.
Good morning, annyeonghaseyo, and thank you to UN Women, the UN Women's Center of Excellence for Gender Equality, and the Republic of Korea's Ministry of National Defense for hosting this important forum. I wish I could be there with you in person today, because I have fond memories of my own time in South Korea as the Deputy Commander of the United Nations Command. Because an opportunity to meet and engage with the next generation of leadership is always refreshing and inspiring. And because seeing more women participate in peace operations has long been a passion of mine. I had the opportunity to spend 2 years chairing the Women, Peace and Security Chiefs of Defense Network, a great honor for Canada, for the Canadian Armed Forces, and for me personally. It was incredibly satisfying to have a hand in watching the network grow as more and more of our allies, partners, and friends realized the importance of this work, and to watch more and more of them turn good policy into best practices in the field. It is impossible to overstate the importance of having more women participate in peace operations. Our military and peacekeeping forces are stronger and more effective when they incorporate the widest possible range of talent, perspectives, and lived experiences. In short, more inclusive peace operations are more effective peace operations. Women broaden the range of skills and capabilities these operations can draw upon. They enhance situational awareness and, when necessary, early warning by deepening the degree of outreach and ties to women and local communities. They improve the accessibility, credibility, and effectiveness of peace operations working among local populations. Since the 2017 Vancouver UN Peacekeeping Defense Ministerial Conference, Canada has been proud to lead and promote efforts to increase women's meaningful participation in peace operations. It was on the margins of this meeting that the Women, Peace and Security Chiefs of Defense Network was founded in Canada. And it was at this meeting that we launched the ELSI initiative to help us identify and work to overcome challenges faced by women deployed on peace operations and to ensure their meaningful inclusion. I should note here that Elsie McGill, the Queen of the Hurricanes, the initiative is named after, a pioneer in aeronautical engineering in the Second World War, last month began appearing on Canada's $1 coins. Since the founding of the ELSI initiative, the Canadian Armed Forces has ramped up its efforts to promote women's involvement in peace operations. One element of this process has been a detailed barrier assessment. As a result of this assessment, we've been making tangible changes to ensure our peace operations are more equitable and inclusive. Gender equality is not just good for women, it's good for everyone. And everyone can be an advocate for change. In fact, everyone must be an advocate. We cannot achieve our goals without engaging men and boys who can be powerful actors in preventing gender-based violence and the marginalization of women, and helping create opportunities for women. Not only is it the right thing to do, but with changing demographics, it is a national security imperative that we are able to draw upon this very significant pool of talent. I recognize that I hold a position of privilege and influence within our diverse social, political, and cultural environment. And I understand that real change begins with the recognition that not every member of our military community shares this privilege. Not every member has shared an experience that reflects the values of freedom, justice, human rights, and human dignity that we profess and defend as military institutions. I will personally strive to use my privilege and influence to lead by example among my peers, reinforcing the message that changes required are everyone's responsibility. To achieve lasting peace and security, we must ensure that women are involved in every aspect of peace operations, from conflict prevention to peacemaking, from humanitarian assistance to post-conflict recovery, and to state building. So I encourage not just everyone here today, but all of us in the military community to continue this work together. addressing systemic barriers that block the participation of women, girls, and gender diverse people from participating fully in peace operations, and eliminating harmful social norms that prevent them from realizing their full potential in every aspect of their lives and careers, is operationally critically and morally imperative. It is a smart thing to do and the right thing to do. Evolving a culture is not easy work, but it is important and worth every effort. It's not quick. There are no silver bullets, but we have begun and we are making strides. As the saying goes, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is today, right now. I hope you find today's forum productive, rewarding, and most of all, inspiring. And for your work to make our peace operations better by making them more inclusive, you have my personal gratitude. Thank you, 감사합니다, and enjoy the rest of today's sessions.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great privilege and honor to introduce you to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, who served 2 consecutive terms as the Secretary General.
Thank you for your warm introduction. I'd like to recognize the presence of General Taekeun, Deputy Minister for Policy Planning, or Ministry of National Defense, Republic of Korea. And Dr. Jeongshim, Director of UN Women Center of Excellence for Gender Equality. And there are, I see many generals and senior military ranking officials and the Excellencies ambassadors here representing the member states, and the ladies and gentlemen. Among so many generals, I just met Lieutenant General Pearce, who is head of US Air Forces Command. And thank you very much for your leadership, and thank you for all your leadership who are participating here for international peace and security. Your contribution has always been a source of inspiration for me while I was working as a Secretary General of the United Nations. In fact, before saying something, standing here, it seems to me I'm feeling as if I was still Secretary General. Because I often, bragging. Well, I am the second most powerful commander-in-chief in the world, only next to the President of the United States. Then people are wondering, how come you are second most powerful commander-in-chief? I'm saying that in terms of number of peacekeeping operations or number of soldiers stationed abroad, United Nations has, during my time, 16 peacekeeping operations, totaling about 160,000 UN soldiers. There are only one country in the world who have more than 10,000 soldiers stationed abroad. That's only United States. So United States President is number 1, and I'm the second most powerful person who command more than 160,000 soldiers abroad. So that has been just a joke when I begin some stories. Again, joking aside, it's my great privilege to deliver some remarks at the Korea Peacekeeping Forum for Women's Empowerment. Taking this opportunity, I express my sincere congratulations on the organization of this forum. This forum is being held in in a timely manner as we strive to persevere over the interconnected security and humanitarian crisis before us, and as the role of women in peace process has become more critical than ever. Indeed, the forum takes place at a pivotal juncture for boosting partnership and expanding solidarity to empower women military officers to make a true difference in the field and among local communities all around the world. This forum has brought together a wide variety of stakeholders from PKO community and beyond, including those from military, government, and the United Nations. This includes 24 aspiring women military officers from around 12 countries attending the Women's Military Peace Operations course, WMPOC, over the last week. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, actually, we are living in an unprecedented era of new interconnected crisis and elevated global uncertainty. Great power rivalry is intensifying, particularly between the United States and China. And the illegal Russian aggression against Ukraine represents one of the most dangerous moments for global security in decades, with profound humanitarian and economic repercussions. COVID-19 is finally coming to an end after having caused unprecedented disruptions to our health systems, economies, societies, and way of life since early 2020. At the same time, our planet is on fire as the climate crisis is deepening with the surging temperatures, burning wildfires, and raging floods. Global crises such as armed conflict, pandemics, and climate change have underlined our interconnectedness. We have to work together. There is not a single country in this world, however powerful, however resourceful one may be, one cannot deal with this matter. We have to put and join all our hands on the deck together. That has been my continuing message to the people of the world, even after my retirement. All these crises, global crises, have made it clear that we need cooperative solutions to address the challenges that we are facing. And such solutions must be rooted in partnership and inclusivity and centered on enhancing security, sustainability, empowerment, prosperity, and equality for all people everywhere. Against this backdrop, today I will first talk about the great need of coming together, working together in partnership to accelerate gender equality and empowerment to address the ongoing challenges. And second, I will underline the great importance of elevating women's empowerment in peacekeeping with a view to building a safer and more secure world. Ladies and gentlemen, empowering women and girls and promoting gender equality is essential to solving the world's biggest challenges. This includes building peace and resolving conflicts, achieving the UN SDGs, and tackling the climate change. During my tenure as UN Secretary General, I devoted much of my time and energy to advancing the rights of women and fighting for gender equality. I really fought very hard to enhance and empower women. It was 2007 when I began my term as a Secretary General. The United Nations still was dominated. All the decisions, all the senior level officers were all men. There were very few women. Since 1945 till 1992, there were only 3 women under Secretary General. I thought this is injustice. I thought that I should make a change, whole change. So I really began to work, trying to appoint more able, capable, devoted women to senior positions. In terms of percentage, 62% of UN human resources are all women, more women. Only 38% of resources are men. But most of the senior positions are taken by men. So I thought it is injustice. I really tried to change, and I really pushed for creating a new organization. Like if I talk about the domestic structure, like a Ministry of Women, I wanted to establish a Ministry of Women at the United Nations. That's what you call it now, UN Women, UN Women. It was very hard. Some ambassador was that you are not the king. You are Secretary General. You are not king. We are not your subject. I talked to the Prime Minister, and it was reported in New York Times as such. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon is not the king. We are not his subject, quote unquote, in New York Times. I talked to the Prime Minister of that country. Mr. Prime Minister, it's very hard for me to work with that kind of ambassador. Of course, he was recalled, and he had to resign. From that moment, ambassadors began to paying attention. That's the beginning of my leadership. Now, it was, the UN really helped greatly to expand the rights of women over the last 78 years, including the times of my successor. But despite this positive result, time and time again, I have seen difficult situations for women and girls around the world. From the struggles of women caught in devastating conflicts, such as those in Afghanistan and Syria, to those striving to provide sustenance for their families in the Democratic Republic of Congo, to those being systematically discriminated against in affluent societies. Personally, I'm really proud to have prioritized on 3 things. First, the climate action. Second, sustainable development. And empowerment of women. Those are 3 priorities I have put all my energy and passion during my tenure service as a Secretary General. In this regard, first, I really tried, after having created United Nations Women, I thought that I should find somebody very powerful lady as a head of UN Women. So I negotiated with former President of Chile, Michelle Bachelet. I met her. Are you ready to take this job? Well, she was a president. This is like ministerial level, comparing to the national government. So I was the president. But you should do, as a woman president, former president, why don't you take charge? I'll give you full power. She took first job. Then I negotiated with former vice president of South Africa. 훔질래. By doing that, I was able to establish the power and efficiency and effectiveness and understanding of this importance of UN women. Then I just wanted to make touching small things beginning. First, I started on UN police director, the head of UN police. I tried to appoint the Swedish lady. Then there was a big, but not much strong, because police directorate is not big one. So I appointed her. Then second, I wanted to appoint a female general, commanding general in one of the peacekeeping operations. So I chose, I think, one of the small, rather quiet, stable place, Cyprus. I proposed to have Major General from Norway, Kristin Lund. There was a strong pushback from Undersecretary General of Peacekeeping Operation, who was French. Well, Mr. Secretary General, she's a woman. She cannot handle all this tough situation with dealing with so many men soldiers. So I told him, look, the Norway government is not just Norway. That's one of the most advanced countries. I don't think they have appointed her 2-star. I don't think they have given 2 stars on her rank, on her shoulder, without anything. Let us test. If you are not satisfied with her, after 6 months, come to me, then I will replace. I think that lady is still working in the UN system. Beautifully, excellent way. That's the beginning. Then I thought that I should go ahead. So I wanted to appoint the head of mission. Head of mission. There are many head of mission around the world. That means political, economic development, or peace and security, and peacekeeping operations. I appointed Ambassador Margot. I think she was a Swedish, Danish ambassador. She was in charge of Liberia. Then there were still many sexual violences. Then I appointed Margot Wallström of Sweden, who later became Foreign Minister of Sweden. So I think I had a very good eyes in finding good human resources of women. So I pointed out all these bright and excellent and capable women. In both of these, after that, I really was able to convince the male officers. So they are now in and out of the United Nations, and I increased quite the number of women, senior management positions, by more than 40%. Now, recognizing this kind of my work, there is one private organization, foundation called the Asia Initiative. It is located in London, New York. They created a new award, taking after my name, the Ban Ki-moon Award for Women's Empowerment. It was created in 2017, immediately after my retirement. Then from 2017, every year, they have been choosing the women, and later beginning to men who have been cooperating and exercising their leadership on women's empowerment. On October 3rd this year, I'm going to New York to hand over this award to somebody who must be chosen at this time. In any way, this is what I'm proud to have prioritized during my time. The bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is that women's rights are absolutely central to the 3 pillars of the United Nations: peace and security, development, and human rights. Without women's empowerment, you cannot say that we are living in a world of human rights are established or respected. You cannot promote peace and security without women's active contribution. This is my belief. This is my belief. And I've been speaking to political leaders, president and prime ministers. How many cabinet ministers, women cabinet ministers do you have in your country? How many women generals do you have? How many parliamentarians, women, do you have? This has been my habitual question. Then one day, I spoke to General Assembly. There were many presidents, prime ministers, ministers sitting. There are 10 countries among you. I'm not going to designate the name of the country. I'm not going to shame. There are 10 countries where not a single woman minister is sitting in the cabinet. Please change that unacceptable situation. By the time I left the United Nations, there were still 4 countries left. I was not able to change all the places, but I've been always checking habitually. So by doing that, I was almost forcing. This is sort of interfering in internal matters of the member state. The Secretary General is not allowed to interfere in internal matters of member state. But nobody has challenged when I was talking about the women's rights. So that's what I have been doing. I spoke to the Korean National Assembly as a Secretary General when I came here. Former President Park Geun-hye was a member. She was sitting. Among you, there are only less than 20% of women parliamentarians. Please change and increase the number of women parliamentarians here. But I'm sorry to confess that even now, even at this time, as of today, the percentage of women parliamentarians in Korean parliament is less than 20%, almost close. But my argument was that at least there should be 20% in the national parliament. Otherwise, it will not be possible. I hope that Korean government in next election, April next year, there will be more women will be elected. In any way, ladies and gentlemen, I've been speaking too much. Again, women can really contribute their assets, their capacity to maintaining peace and stability, development, as well as human rights. I've been speaking that women's rights are human rights. When they are not properly used for their capacity and talent, then we will never be able to declare that we are living in a sustainable and peaceful world. However, ladies and gentlemen, there are still far from turning this key issue as a universal practice. If you go many small island developing states, I've been arguing them. Why you don't have any women here? No, we have about just less than 100,000 people. Women, they don't want. I think the women should also be challenging themselves to the government leaders. This is what I'm really asking you. And again, ladies and gentlemen, against this backdrop, I commend the UN Women Center of Excellence here in Korea for hosting a timely 3-week training program, the Women's Military Peace Operations course here in Seoul. I'm confident that this forward-thinking program will go a long way in empowering mid-career female military officers from 12 countries in the Asia-Pacific region. This will help equip them with the cutting-edge UN practice and leadership skills to actively participate in UN peacekeeping forces, advance their positions in senior leadership, and benefit local communities. I would also like to take this opportunity to humbly recognize the valiant UN peacekeeping soldiers who have devoted their lives and made the greatest sacrifice on behalf of the guiding values of the United Nations. And their courage and steadfastness have greatly contributed to keeping the peace in nearly every corner of the world. They have donned the storied blue helmet to help uphold the UN vision, pledging to, I quote, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, unquote. To all of women and men peacekeepers, past and present and future, I take this opportunity to salute you all. Thank you for your contribution. Since the organization was founded in 1945, UN has been facing unprecedented, interrelated, and cascading challenges, all with potential to precipitate increased insecurity and conflict, which inherently require a strengthened, well-funded, innovative, and dynamic UN PKO moving forward. With this in mind, I highly commend Secretary General Guterres' continued efforts in support of the ongoing UN PKO reform initiatives, particularly A4P+, and in enhancing humanitarian equipment, humanitarian development, peace nexus. Distinguished guests, dear generals, officers, ladies and gentlemen, all of you have a major role to play in advancing women's empowerment in UN peacekeeping and UN system, as well as establishing dynamic and more equitable conditions for its future. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to make this world more peaceful, where women's rights will be fully respected. Thank you very much for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all your contributions and sharing your history with us today. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we take our group photo, we'd like to just show a 3-minute clip of the video of our Women's Military Peace Operations course, WIMPOC, that you've been hearing a lot about. Before we play that video, may I ask all the trainees of the course and the instructors to kindly stand up from your table. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the next generation of women leaders who will be servicing in United Nations peacekeeping operations. Thank you. Now let's watch a 3-minute video clip and then take the group photo. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our first session toast, so please kindly take seated. So the first session is inspirations and recommendations from high-ranking women military officers who served in the United Nations peacekeeping forces. And we are incredibly privileged to have 3 very inspiring women leaders today with us. And I'd like to invite you to kindly take a look at the brochure that we provided with you and to read up their impressive biographies, how they serviced in so many different locations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great privilege and honor to introduce you to Major General Ingrid Gjerde, appointed Chief of Staff of the Norwegian Defense and the former Force Commander of the United Nations Peacekeeping Force in Cyprus, to kindly come and share her experiences and insights on women's empowerment in peacekeeping. Thank you.
It's back here. Okay. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, but I would say, first of all, the women peace. It's such a great honor and inspiration to be here today. I've already inspired myself after listening to His Excellencies Ban Ki-moon and the rest of the speakers this morning. And even after 36 years in service, we need to be empowered, we need to be inspired. And for that reason, I'm very excited to be invited here. But I hope I also can share some of my experiences. I have 3 key messages for this session. And before I take them, I'm so proud to bring my UN beret. I came back from UN service a couple of months ago, but this is important for me, and I'll tell you why. But the 3 key messages of my short speech today is, first of all, women, peace and security and gender is not first of all about equality. It's first of all about operational effectiveness, how to succeed. Secondly, gender and women's peace and security is not a particular topic for women. It is a topic that has to be dealt with both men and women. And for that reason, I'm so inspired with the first speakers and to see that we also have many men in this audience today. And the third part, women must support each other. We have to accept that we need to be empowered, we need to support each other. So, a little bit about myself. Military career is not a natural choice, and it was not for women in my country either, even if we are a pretty egalitarian society. I was planning to be a doctor, but I was very fond of outdoor life, of sport. I liked school, both the academic part, but also the practical part. And most important, I think, I had an older brother who wanted to join the military. And I was competitive, and I thought a couple of years in an officer candidate school will be a good start of my career, for my CV, for my experience, and then I can start studying medicine. I joined, I really enjoyed what we were doing, and I'm still in uniform after 36 years. So, what about UN? And I have a long military career. I'm an infantry officer. I've served home and abroad. I've served in Lebanon twice, in Afghanistan. I've been in Bosnia, Cyprus the last few years, but also many operations back home. So, such a great career with such a variety and such an amount of meetings, but first of all, a meaningful job, serving for my country, serving for peace. But UN operations, that might not be the most natural thing. And it was, when I started in Lebanon, UNIFIL, in 1994, that was not a boost for your career to do UN operations. That has changed in Norway. Now it's very much appreciated. But I think I honestly mainly joined for adventure. I wanted to see the world, I wanted to go to Lebanon, I wanted the experience of an operation. Throughout my career, I've seen so much conflict zones, wars, and I've studied it, and I met people. So when I have been serving in Afghanistan, Bosnia, Balkans, and lately Cyprus, it's more than adventure. This is, for me, vital. Peacekeeping operations makes a difference. We've seen that, we've studied that. And to contribute to that means a lot to me, and for that reason I said I'm proud and honored to wear my blue beret. And I now, as very soon second in command in the Norwegian defense, I will also make sure that duty for UN is good for your CV, for your further career, which is this in Norway now. The only one. I know many of you represent a minority in your force. For many years, I was the only one as an infantry woman in the units I worked in. And I have to admit, even if I've never been harassed, I have felt respected, I felt I have succeeded and been thanked for that. But it's lonely. It is sometimes lonely, as it is to be a leader. Also male leaders, I think, see the same. So that's something that it's vital to remember, that for that reason, it's such a good thing to have programs like you have here, to meet, to network, to make sure we support each other and feel that we are part of something. And shouldn't stop us. Many women quit early because they don't think it's possible to combine family and career. I have been fortunate. I have 2 children, now grown-up students, twins, one boy and a girl. I think they do well, so it proves that it was possible in our case. I have to say it's important to choose the right husband who is supportive. And I'm also lucky to have a society around supporting. But I'm thinking about it often as a senior leader, that I have to make sure that we have flexible career, both for men and women, that makes it possible to make a career also with family and with children. And it is possible if we really want to. The hardest part with the family, I have spent lots of time away from my family. Exercises, deployments, and so hard work over many years. And I think the hardest thing was when I left for Afghanistan. I had 2 11-year children. Then they are at the age where they really understand. And we had lost 5 soldiers in Afghanistan just before I left. So they saw the headlines and the pictures in the media. That's part of the sacrifice that we are aware of, the risk we take choosing this profession, and a natural part of our career. But what also, talking about being a woman in such a situation, my neighbors asked me, can you really leave your children? And that's a tough question to get, because my husband, who has also deployed and served several times abroad, he never gets such questions. He gets questions, do you need support? Should we cook you a meal? Should we take the children after school or childcare? So think about that when we address women, that it is hard to be challenged on if you do the right. Maybe my children were well taken care of. I did this for my unit, for my country, and for peace. The war in Ukraine is a terrible reminder about what we just have heard about and focused on. That war and conflict affects not only men, but very much women and children. And we have so many examples in the media from this war very close to my country, where we see that women are raped as part of the fighting. We see how buildings like hospitals, nurseries, children's schools, and so on also are impacted. We also see how women and children are left with the societies as home, or refugees or displaced persons. So there is disproportionality between men and women, the way they are affected. And for that reason, UN Resolution 3025 is so important. We have to understand that to prevent and solve conflicts which affect both genders, we also have to have both men and women preventing and working on conflict resolution. So 1325, I'm pretty sure most of you are very familiar with it, but this is what it's all about. We need women to work on it. We need laws to protect the rights of women, and we need female leaders, and we need training for men and women to understand this. And why is women important? Yeah, I've mentioned part of it, but I have to comment on 3 areas where UN research show us that a bigger share of women make a difference. First, it's about enhanced intelligence and situation awareness. Where we have more women in the forces, we get better information about the causes and the conflict, and for that reason also, better foundation for handling it. Not only women who talk to women, but also other perceptions of the information we receive. Secondly, better protection of force and population. We see less harassment, less sexual abuse and such things, where we see a bigger portion, both within the forces, but also in the local societies where we work. And finally, an improved reputation of United Nations, probably linked to the 2 other ones. And I have many practical examples myself, also practical examples why we need women. Remember in Lebanon, we knew women were smuggling ammunition and weapons, but we couldn't search them because we didn't have women to do it. In Cyprus, we had lots of migrants, refugees, also women and children. And Afghanistan, searching houses, going into compounds. I think we calm down when you have both men and women present, where families are gathered. So just a few practical examples. And then there are lots of myths and stereotypes when it comes to women. I think many have their ideas about a soldier or an officer from Hollywood movies. And that's very much often not the case. So think about that women fits into much more than support roles. They do vital jobs in support roles, but in all kinds of roles, forget about the Hollywood images and think about what competences you need and get them. Another typical myth is that, and I've heard it several times since I've been negotiating with its sides, it was said that women couldn't negotiate, we wouldn't be respected in patriarchal societies. My experience from Cyprus, from Afghanistan, from Balkans, is that I felt I was respected by the local governors or leadership, even if their societies were different. Because I think they saw that I represented an organization, some kind of power, some kind of will, with UN or NATO or other I've served for. So that this is not always the case, that we are not respected. It can work very well. I will sum up very soon. So we have to attract women. I think we have to educate our personnel on the reason why we need women. We have to have facilities that fit women's accommodation, abolition. The UN does a lot now to improve that. Equipment for women, right sides of backpacks, right sides of rifles or whatever you bring. And, but most important of all is the way we build the culture. A healthy culture where everybody feels they are part of a team and that they are included. And this is as important for a man as a woman, a Norwegian, or from Pakistan or Korea or wherever. So build healthy cultures, make sure that everybody you have in your uni feel respected, and look for the gold in every single one. What can they contribute with? And finally, I know my time is probably due now, so I have also, one of my important things to address is, we talk a lot about shares of women, but when I met the troop contributing countries, 15 of them in UNFICYP, I always reminded them that functions also mean something. We need women in every level. We need women in different roles, like the operational planners. They have a huge impact. The one engaging with the sites have huge impact, and so on. So challenge hard on that. And it works. We had in many roles in UN. I'm so proud of the ones I've seen from many nations. So all my experience tells women can do, and we can do in a big variety. But we have to continue educating ourselves, men and women, to understand why this is so important. So that concludes my brief. Remember the 3 key messages. Women, peace and security and gender is about operational effectiveness. This means something not only for women, but also for men. And make sure we support each other. Gatherings like this is networking from Cyprus. We can empower each other, and we deserve it. Thank you.
Next, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege to invite Colonel Maureen Wellwood from Canada, who is the Director of Programs of the Canadian Forces College. Promoted to her current rank in 2021, she's the first woman in the Canadian Infantry to attain the rank of Colonel, and we are extremely privileged to have her with us today.
Good afternoon. Your Excellencies, Generals, colleagues, I feel very privileged to be here with you today and to speak about such an important subject. I'm going to use an analogy that is perhaps more appropriate for a Canadian or a multinational environment than that of Korea. It has to do with lotteries. And I understand that in Korea, gambling is illegal. So if you will permit me, I'm not trying to encourage gambling or illegal activity of any other kind, but I'm going to use an analogy that relates to lottery tickets. Gambling is not necessarily a very popular thing in Canada either. I'm not a poker player. I don't have a very good poker face, so I try and avoid it. But lottery tickets, every now and then, I will go out and buy. My husband, probably more often than myself. In 1990, I won the lottery. It was a huge win. It was the career lottery. I was attending university in New Brunswick, a small province in Canada, and I was partying very hard, not studying very much. And a friend of mine who had gone away to military college came home over a break, a long weekend in October, and she relayed to me how frustrated she was at this military college that she was attending, and she hated it. She said, "I can't quit until December, but in December I'm coming home and I'm never going back. I'm done." And so I asked her, I said, what don't you like about it? What is so horrible that you can't wait to leave? And she explained to me that they had mandatory study times in the evening. They had mandatory physical training in the morning. They had to go to classes in uniform. They had inspections. They had all sorts of activities that gave her a structured and disciplined life that she was very keen to get away from. And as I was reflecting on my own experience at university, studying not very much, but partying probably too hard, I reflected that that was probably something that would be good for me. And it was exactly what I needed. So I joined the military and I went to military college. And it's very similar to the story you heard earlier from General Gjerde. I wasn't necessarily planning to make a career of it, but it grows on you, as I'm sure many of you can relate to. So I proceeded to military college and I decided that I was going to join the infantry. Canada opened the infantry to women in 1989, and I started military college in 1990. So there were very, very few women that were working in that area. I was very often the only woman. There were perhaps more colleagues at military college, but in my infantry training, certainly I was alone. So there were some challenges to this, as you can well imagine. In my mind, nothing that is really rewarding comes easily. So I didn't mind the challenge. In fact, I kind of sought after them. Not only did I decide to go and join the infantry, but I also decided to do my training in my second language, which was French. And I ended up joining the French-speaking regiment within our country, and so worked in my second language for most of my career. There were other challenges as well that I didn't necessarily choose, but that came with the package. They came with the lottery, if you will. And a lot of those challenges had to do with misogyny, with a resistance, mostly among my peers, and a little bit my superiors, who didn't see that women had a place in the infantry. The activities that I saw, or the attitudes that I saw, were across a broad spectrum of different attitudes and behaviors. When I first arrived in my infantry battalion, my company commander told me that I had hair about to here, which was, it was okay according to our rules, as long as it was above the collar in the back, but to his liking, it was too long, it made me look like a girl. So he said, you either cut your hair or you attach it. And I'm like, my hair's not long enough to put up in a bun, so I had to cut my hair. They made sure that I did everything I could to be the same as the men. And similar to what we heard earlier, at the beginning that was okay with me. I was happy to fit in, striving to fit in actually, and so I would conform to all of these. And it wasn't until later in my career where I was determined that I wouldn't adopt the persona of someone else, but I would be true to myself and represent women in that space. I failed my first, what we call phase 3 training. It's the most difficult, everybody probably says that, but everybody used to say it was the most difficult course that you could do in the Canadian Armed Forces. It was phase 3 infantry training. And I did it the first time, and my peers made my life so difficult that I considered quitting, but I didn't. Instead, my instructors decided that they wouldn't have a woman pass their course, and so they failed me. And they told me this years after, said, you know, we really weren't very nice with you. I'm like, nah, I remember. So I failed the course, but I came back and I did it again, because I was committed to not letting them win. And by them, I mean, you know, not just the individuals, but the system itself. We had a lot of changes to make within the Canadian Armed Forces with respect to integration of women at that time. And we've come a long way since. I'm really proud of where we are right now in the Canadian Armed Forces and the integration of women and the inclusion of all sorts of different minorities within the Canadian Armed Forces. So 30 years later, after having gone through these challenges and overcome them, I got the opportunity to go on my first UN deployment. And I was really encouraged. I had, at that time, 32 years serving in the military as an infantry officer, And I thought that, things were good. So I deployed to MONUSCO as the Deputy Chief of Staff, Operations and Plans, a senior position within the force headquarters, one of a certain prestige, I would say, generally. But when I got there, I found that not only did I have the usual challenges of working in a multinational organization, which I'm sure many of you can relate to, but I also found that it felt like I was going 30 years backwards with respect to integration of women. And certainly not all cultures are the same, and we don't all integrate minorities to the same degree. But this was one of the most challenging parts of my career. It was this feeling of having surpassed all these obstacles only to go back and have to do them again. It wasn't always things that were directed to me. Sometimes it was me observing how people reacted with other women. The SRSG of MONUSCO, while I was deployed, was Bintu Keita from Kenya, I believe. She was an amazing woman. But even she had challenges with respect to misogyny and men believing that they could tell her what to do, even though she was the head of mission of MONUSCO. Her being referred to as a little old woman, a little old lady. She was the chief, the head of mission. And this is how she was treated because she was a woman. There were women of my colleagues who weren't able to get promotions because their countries didn't allow them to do a staff course that would permit them to be promoted. So it didn't matter how good they were, how devoted, how determined, how loyal. They would never be able to gain this promotion because their country didn't allow them the same opportunities as men. There were multiple examples of how the status of women and the gender equality was lacking across many nations and across the mission. So there were multiple challenges. This sounds weird. I'm telling you I won the lottery and I'm telling you all of these problems and challenges, but that was not all. There were so many opportunities that I got from being in the military and from my deployment, both. There is an opportunity to travel, for sure. Anybody who's joining the military probably recognizes that there's an opportunity to travel. I've been to Bosnia, to Afghanistan, to the Congo on deployments. I've been to numerous other countries on shorter visits. It's a wonderful opportunity. I've been to multiple places also throughout Canada. I love traveling. It's marvelous. That's not even the best part, in my mind, of what my military career gave me as opportunities. I think some of the best things that I gained were the opportunity to help other people. And I saw that in every deployment I did. And even, I would say, working at home in garrison with the people who were part of my team. The opportunities and the moments that I remember with the most fondness are the moments where I was able to help someone else achieve their goal, whether it be a woman in Bosnia who had burned herself on the stove and we were able to provide medical support to her to make sure that she healed properly, whether it be within Afghanistan providing security to women who were transiting through difficult areas, or in the Congo when we were providing patrols and security to make sure that the local women were not being accosted and assaulted while they were transiting to their fields. And of course, it wasn't all about women, but every time there was an opportunity to help women, I felt that a little bit stronger, and it resonated a little bit more with me. I've also seen other people's contributions, and which is in so many ways transcend and go way beyond what I have myself contributed. But this feeling of being a part of a team, as I'm sure many of you in the military can relate to, this is something that you can't get in just any job. I've been inspired by so many different people. I had the opportunity to listen to different leaders, to see them at work, and to gain faith in the human race, much more than I have lost faith. I gained a sense of belonging and inclusion despite the initial and sporadic messages of exclusion. The inclusion that I felt from being in the military is something that I don't think I could have got out of another career. My work in the military has led me to want very strongly to represent Canada across the world and to strive to achieve peace. And I ask myself regularly, how is that possible? How can we achieve peace? And I strongly believe that we can't achieve peace if we're working alone. You can't achieve peace, and you can't achieve much if you're working with only half of the population, or if you're working with only a certain sector of a population. So in the world that we're seeing today, where there's so much change and so many different challenges, we're seeing renewed territorial aggression. We're seeing challenges with respect to international law. We're seeing climate change and natural disasters on the rise. We're seeing instances of human insecurity that are unimaginable and unfathomable for people who, like myself, live in a country that seems so isolated and privileged to be away from those things. But they're there. And as I look to how we manage that, I think my response is inclusion and collaboration. And so when I hear the resistance and I reflect back on my own experience of resistance to gender equality and inclusion, I have to stop and think that there's no way to gain sustained peace, to innovate and pull the maximum potential out of who we are as humans, not only as Canadians, not only as the UN, not only as any nation or group, but as people. How are we to pull the potential out of all of us if we are not looking for gender equity or gender equality? It's not a net zero game. There's not, if you include someone else, you're not excluding another group. There's a way to, in Canada we have a saying, you can grow the pie. If you're cutting the pie into different pieces to share, it's not because you give a piece to one person that another person can't have any. There are ways you can find ways to make the pie bigger so that everybody can get a piece and everybody can gain from the situation at hand. So how do we do that? How do we get to gender equality, which is essential in my mind to peace? I think that we have to bring it down to tangible things that we can see within our own organizations, within our own countries, within our militaries or our workplace. The first thing I think that is necessary is to have a safe, inclusive, and respectful environment. And so, for me, this includes accessibility. And accessibility is one thing. I mentioned earlier the example of women that I know that were not able to go on courses. But it's also having access to positions, having access to deployments. And some of the barriers to deployments have been mentioned earlier. But it's not just about numbers, neither, of how many women are deployed. It's about giving them the opportunity to have a meaningful contribution. And that doesn't just mean putting them in a position and having it be something that is kind of a token. It means actually giving them the authorities, the responsibilities that go with that position. And that shouldn't be based on gender, that should be based on the qualifications and the competency of the different individuals. And women are competent, are qualified, and have a right to be in any of those positions. So, I think the last part that I would add, besides the environment and the accessibility, is accountability. and holding people accountable for how they are striving, how they are or impeding gender equality, I think is important. And while there's value in not shaming specific people or specific nations, we need to acknowledge that we have to work together, and we have to hold those who are not contributing accountable when they're not doing so. So my husband continues to buy lottery tickets. And he's asked me recently, he said, so if I really bought a lottery ticket like 2 weeks ago, it was worth $52 million. And he said to me, he said, so if we win the $52 million, are you gonna quit? He's retired, he's been retired for about 6 years, and he's anxious to start traveling. I said, well, yes, but. I said, before I quit, I have a few things that I wanna finish. So when I reflect on this, I said, if I was ready to quit in a minute, if I won the lottery, or even if I didn't, then that would be indicative to me that perhaps this job is not all that I believe it is. But the fact that, and I truly, truly believe that, even if I won $52 million tomorrow, I wouldn't be running out the door, because I think that the things that we're doing within the military, within the UN, I think they're all valuable things that need to be done. And as challenging as they might be sometimes, they're equally or more rewarding, and they're also necessary. They're necessary for the person who I want to be in the next few years, but they're also necessary for the people who are following us and who are coming into this domain after we leave. So, lottery or not, it's already won, and I'll be sticking around to continue on with it. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you so much, Colonel. This was very inspiring. Now, last but not least, I have Major General Cheryl Pearce, the Deputy Chief of Army of Australia, who also was the former Force Commander of the United Nations Peacekeeping Force in Cyprus.
Thank you. First up to Ingrid, to Maureen. I can't see where she sat down. But I just want to say thank you for your inspiring words. And globally, it's actually very similar. There are many similarities. And I would also say for our colleagues on the Peace Operations course, you would have many observations that you would take away. But distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to join you today. It's a real privilege for me to be here. And I couldn't think of anywhere else that I'd prefer to be. And His Excellency, thank you for breaking down the barriers. Christenlund was the first, and Ingrid and I have both had the opportunity to follow, and we're forever grateful because we believe in ourselves. We believe in what we can contribute, and it's actually people like yourself and for all those in the room that believe in us that can give us the opportunity to thrive. And for that, I'll be forever thankful for that. To the Women Peace Operations course, congratulations on your selection and your completion. You are our future. You are what inspires me now, and my sense of purpose is to give back to developing, to grow our next future leaders. And, this is a great opportunity here. Grasp it with both hands and go forth. You've got a lot to offer. I can't wait to see you succeed. This afternoon, I will keep it short. I just want to cover off on three things. One is I'm going to just my backstory, and then secondly, my observations and learnings from both my background in Australia and my deployments both under the Australian flag and the UN flag, and then on my recommendations on the way forward for women empowerment and women development within peacekeeping. But my backstory is a long, long, long time ago. But 37 years, young 18-year-old who joined the military, and come from a small country town, had one brother, very sporty. I wanted to make a difference. I didn't know what it was, but I knew what it felt. And for that was following my dream and my goals to make that difference. I joined the Army. It was the first year of integrated training. And it was the first time men and women had trained together. And there was so much emphasis on being equal, that it wasn't equal in some ways. We were less than 5%, very small numbers, but very much a focus on making sure that we completed everything exactly the same as the males, that we thought the same, we were educated the same, we trained the same, that actually our differences were not recognised or even supported. So that first decade for me, and if I talk in decades, I apologise for those that are still in the first, but for those in decades, that first 10 years was tough. You're really trying to give it your all, to be your best, to make it work, to lead the best you can lead. But you want to fit in. You don't want to put your head above the parapet. You don't want to be singled out as being different. But what I found in my observations looking back was that it actually held me back. I didn't use my voice enough. I didn't give that diversity of thinking. I didn't want to be seen to be different. I just wanted to be the same as everyone else. And equally, I didn't go and pursue goals that I wanted to do. I waited to be asked. I wasn't proactive in my own development. I always thought everyone else would know what's best for me, not what I thought was best for me and where I could be, where I could go and what I could do. I flip into my second decade. I wanted all. I switch. I wanted all. I wanted motherhood. I wanted a career. I wanted to be able to deploy. I wanted to serve my country. And how do I make it all happen? There were no females ahead of me that had children, that deployed, that served, and that commanded an operational battalion. How do I do this? And so I was trying to find mentors that could challenge my thinking and individually seeking out people to help me on my journey. But it wasn't forthcoming to me. Someone didn't say, hey, Cheryl, let's have a chat. What is it you want to do? It was actually me being a little bit more proactive myself. The other one that happened in that period was really, how do you do it with children? How do you get the support network? As they say, it takes a village to support. So I had friends, I didn't have family in the same location that rallied around and looked after my children so I could go to work at 6:30 in the morning to do physical training, that I could disappear at short notice on deployments, that I could serve overseas for long periods of time. So getting that support network was really, really essential for me. But probably the biggest thing that happened in that second decade was me deciding my own leadership style. I spent that first decade trying to lead in a way that I was taught. And it was a very masculine leadership style. It didn't actually suit me, and I kept on adjusting off. I knew what was natural, but I adjusted off to what I was taught. And I'm a values-based, inclusive leader. And as a junior leader, it didn't quite fit. And I could adjust and I could think one way and then adjust off and think another. But that second decade, when people believed in me, that I had the potential and provided me the opportunity to command a battalion, I suddenly developed my own authentic leadership style and designed and was able to lead how I thought a leader should be. And over that next decade, I was able to continue to develop and thrive in the environments and do what was intuitive to me, based on my education and training, and able to create environments where those that I led were able to also thrive. So this second decade then turns into a third. And the third decade as a senior leader, in my second decade I had the opportunity to deploy as a military observer in East Timor with the United Nations. In my third decade, when I became more of a senior leader, I was very privileged to have a lot of command and leadership opportunities, and deploying to Afghanistan as the Australian Task Force Commander, UNFICIP as a Force Commander, and also commanded our Defence Academy back in Australia. And it was during that period that I really focused on developing an inclusive leadership, not just for myself, but in policy direction and within those that I led. Equally, you're able to, as a senior officer, change policy, be able to influence policy changes, whether it be and all the barriers that come up for women. How do you shift the policy? How do you create a culture? How do you create change over an enduring period and be part of that strategy? I spent too much of my career being an issue. It's a women's issue, the women's problem, versus actually how do we look at it as a path for good? What is it that we can bring to the table? What is that strategy for change to have a more inclusive and diverse workforce? So that's been my career, and now, and the sort of towards the end of it, is sitting as the Deputy Chief of Army and really being able to reflect back and be able to guide and lead some of those changes and create the conditions that those coming through can now succeed and thrive in that perhaps many of us didn't have when we were more junior officers. So I'm military police by trade. Infantry didn't come and wasn't open to females in the Australian Army in 2016. It was then that all our employment specialties opened up, which was quite late in comparison to some of the other areas. But equally, it slowly opened up and legislation changed over time of where we could deploy and how we could deploy. I just want to reflect now on my observations of key lessons, both in my time in Australia, but in my peacekeeping missions as UNMO and as Force Commander. And there are three. The first one is a gender perspective. The second is inclusive leadership, and the third is the he for she. Just in the first one, gender perspective, I always thought I thought differently, and I looked at a problem in a different way, and we'd do operational planning, and I'd look at it slightly different and then adjust back. And it wasn't until I could reflect after serving in East Timor that the value of my gender perspective brought to the table. And that was, we would do our planning, we'd go out and do patrolling, and I'd be listening quite differently to the issues of the communities for which we patrolled and visited. It was the water pipe that didn't work. It was the books that weren't in the right language for the schools. It was in a different language. I heard about the physical security and the bigger issues, but I knew that if we had addressed some of the smaller issues so that the community could feel safe, they knew the education of their children was being addressed, then the bigger physical security issues could also be addressed. And by taking those back and bringing that back into the system, I was able to change. And that commitment of returning again and again, they would then start to ask for me. I was the only female UNMO at the time. And so by the time the voice gets around to the villages, all of a sudden everybody else wants more women. There's only one, and to get around to the different communities. So the people saw the value in it, and I could finally see the value in it. Take it up to the senior level as Force Commander. That gender perspective was key. You've suddenly got the ability to influence and control the operational planning, the direction in which the peacekeepers are going to be working and operating with inside the buffer zone, and also how you're going to engage and as part of your relationships with the opposing force commanders. So that gender perspective really brought it in, and I know Ingrid would agree with me, both having served, but we're actually a force multiplier. Not only with that blue beret could we have respect in engaging with opposing force commanders, but equally we could communicate with the communities, the Turkish and the Greek Cypriot communities within the female empowerment teams there to actually make a difference. We're able to, as I would call in military terms, be a real force multiplier. The second one is inclusive leadership. We all want to feel safe. We want to feel like we have a voice. We want to be respected. It doesn't matter our background, our gender, our culture, our education, our training. We all want to be respected for our voice. And creating that inclusive environment and through good leadership is essential for success in peacekeeping missions and in our own countries. We will thrive if we're given the opportunity to do that. But if we don't feel safe and if our voice is not heard, we will shut down and we will opt out. We're all smart women. We will opt out and not wish to serve if we're not respected for our voice and for wanting to be part of the solution. So that leadership is key. And it's I saw it work really badly and really well throughout my career. And if you're not they're not interested in what you say, if you're not valued and you don't feel like you have a sense of purpose, you feel like there's no point at some times. Why? Why do we continue to do it? And there are other options. It's a real retention. The last one is linked to that is the he for she. I'd say that first decade of mine, nobody believed in the success of women in the military. It was very limited and it was made very difficult. But as I become more senior and people would just put out a word, I believe in you, thank you, well done. Only has to be little words, just the start. And then I started believing in myself because you don't hear it. Sometimes our peers, as Maureen said, our harshest critics. And just to say, hey, well done, just brings you up a little bit. We don't look for it, but it is good. But then to have the he for she, the advocacy, I know we can talk in a room full of women. We're already converted. We know the strength we bring to the table. I look to the males in the room and I go, do you know what we can bring to the table? How can we get you to be our biggest advocates? I need you to be my advocate going forward because your voice and the areas that we can't get to is where we need the change. And then it's a big change. It's a policy change. It's a framework change. How do we break down those barriers? So those are my 3 observations, and at each level in my career, I've been able to see each of those at a different perspective as we go through. The last one for me really is in recommendations. And the recommendations, the first one is education and training, but on 2 different levels. We talk about and we see such real growth in the training of our female peacekeepers. For them to thrive, and for a female peacekeeper to thrive, it's not just about numbers. We have to be trained. You have to have the ability to do the job that you've been appointed to, not the one that someone thinks you should be doing when you arrive in mission. You have to be sent to the position that you've been posted to and to be employed in that position, not something else that is an administrative job because somebody doesn't think you should be doing a role outside the wire. That is really important, but give them the education and the training that they need to fulfil their duties to the best of their ability. Really key. It gives them confidence, it empowers them as we talk with them. It's a real empowerment tool if you know you're qualified and trained to do the job that you're being sent to do. But equally, have the confidence in them to do it and not put them into another role. So that's really key. The other education and training one for me, and it's my observations over time, is we need to provide the education and training to our senior force commanders and senior leadership. Many member states, some of our senior leadership, and I'd say at the OF4 and above, have not experienced leading women. Many of them are not experienced having females in their militaries, and therefore we're a bit foreign to them. And so how do you lead? And they will, for the right reasons, their own beliefs will come in and they will want to protect, or they'll think that you can't do it, or they will have a perception about what we can and can't do. So how do we give them the education and the skills on working with us? Empower them to understand what we bring to the table. Really, really key. But down to about a major lieutenant colonel level, different individual education and training for those that are accountable as commanders, but then collective training for those that are in key staff roles. Because I have seen firsthand how, and we have a lot more female peacekeepers in staff roles now, but I can see how they're easily dismissed by somebody that doesn't know their worth and what they bring to the table. So really key. So that's the education and training. The second one is inclusive leadership. We assume that by wearing a rank, you're going to be a good leader. I don't buy into that. We have a lot of bad leaders. I have them in Australia. I'm sure many of the member states have bad leadership. It's actually about, as we recruit and we look at the selection criteria and as we pick, we should be looking for good leadership in it, not just by you've done all of these jobs. Somewhere in the selection criteria is to pick up and some of the questioning in interview. Equally, I would offer that if we, through the evaluation series in missions, actually have it as a measure, and we bring back and have a measure of that inclusivity, the psychological safety, how females employed as part of the evaluation series. As soon as it is measured, people will adjust. So I really do believe we need to measure it as well. But that inclusive leadership is a growth one. And how do we grow? Because not only about attracting female peacekeepers to missions, to our peacekeeping missions, how do we retain them? How do we grow the Ingrids and Maureens? We have all served as junior officers, and in the main we've had a positive experience, and we volunteer to put a hand up again and to be considered for senior appointments. But what about the many females that had such a horrific experience or did not enjoy their peacekeeping? They're not going to put their hand up again to come back. You can't buy us. You can't say, hey, I want this as a force commander. We've got to grow us, and the selection criteria requires that we have to come through a peacekeeping mission as a junior officer to be a senior. So without inclusive and really good leadership, why would we come back? Why would we volunteer again? So it's on us to make sure that we enable our junior females to thrive and want to put their hand up to come back again and again. So that's the second one. And the third one is policies. I know, and congratulations to UN Women, to DPO. There's a lot of work done in the gender parity strategy and some really work done on how to set the policies and frameworks right to go forward. And that continual work inspires me. And, you know, there are different ways, talent management, pipelines, having a look at how we contract. How is the Women Peace Operations course today? How do we have all your names in the system to ensure that opportunities are provided for you within the missions that your countries serve in to make sure that you get the opportunities to deploy? Really key. Some of the frameworks, we have flexible work environments in most of our countries at the moment. How can we adjust deployment timelines to assist those that have got the really young children that can't, say, leave for 12 months? How do we make it shorter? How can we set the conditions? It's not all a cookie cutter all the time. We should be looking at that differentiation sometimes to ensure we can create those opportunities for females to come through. And that links back to the he for she. I can talk about that all day, but I'm not going to be in the room all the time. It's that thinking about it, thinking about reasons to opt in, not opt out. And it's that differentiation, as I know they're doing now, in opting in. And that's really important as we go forward. So really, just in conclusion, I just want to thank again the opportunity to join you today, and really to hand over the reins to our young females who have just finished, women that have just finished a peace operations course, and to say that, you know, our future is in your hands in the peacekeeping, and I couldn't think of a better place for this handover to occur. So thank you, and thanks to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Major General Pearce. This was extremely inspiring. And you actually made the right transition to our next session, which is named actually He for She in UN Peacekeeping. For those of you who may not be familiar with the term He for She, this is UN Women's Global Campaign, which is an invitation for men around the world to stand in solidarity with women to create a bold, visible, and united force for gender equality. Now, I'm extremely honored. I just want to acknowledge that His Excellency Ban Ki-moon was the first He for She champion, and we are extremely privileged to have him with us. So let's please acknowledge the first He for She champion. Thank you. And you may have gone to many events that are called about women's empowerment, and they're only women and very few men. And today, we are actually very, very privileged to have so many male leaders who are with us today. And I think this is incredible. For those of you who are men, may I ask you to actually raise your hand, because we just want to recognize that you came to the right place. And we thank you for joining this good cause with us. Thank you very much. Now, I just want to show 1-minute clip about the He for She spirit, and then we'll move right into the speakers.
inequality of opportunity that is present is probably one of the most harmful things in our society. And I think as a woman, that is probably the hardest thing to get over.
This is why we have to do this from our point of view, from our perspective. If we don't change it, the attitude, then it's never going to change.
Understand that it's not always speaking out for women, but with women, alongside women, because we don't want to reinforce that dominance.
I'm a he for she because I have an awareness. I can't let my daughters or my wife suffer because I didn't do my job. It starts with me.
Really put yourself in somebody's shoes and say, hey, if this was my mother, if this was my sister, if this was my daughter, would I like the way she's being treated? Am I setting the right example for other young men?
If having the discussion about this topic, like that's something that we bring back, like to our neighborhoods, to our communities, to our families, because women are by right, like pillars of our community. Like there are no men of the women.
I'm a he for she for every single survivor that I've ever met, so that they can have even the slightest hope that, a world where these conversations are not needed is, attainable.
I am a he for she.
I am a he for she.
I am a he for she.
We are he for she.
Now, I'd like to invite our first he for she for the session, Major General Shahadev Khadka, the Commandant of the Nepali Army War College, who has serviced in many different UN peace operations, and we are very, very honored to have him with us today.
Thank you so much. It's a beginning of he for she session, but I know that he are minority here in this session, in this hall. So I try to open up he for this session. Excellency, Ban Ki-moon, President General Officers, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank UN Women and the Korean Forum for Women's Empowerment for Peacekeeping for providing me with the opportunity to share my thoughts and experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to share my experience on the aspect of women's empowerment and gender equity, specific to UN peacekeeping operation based on my 36 years of experience in the Army, including 4 different missions under the blue flag, for 4 years in 3 different continents. Nepalese Army started its peacekeeping journey since 1958. In the last 64 years, we have participated in 44 different missions. Around 150,000 Nepalese Army personnel have already contributed in peacekeeping operations around the world. At present, more than 6,000 Nepali Army are deployed in 13 different missions, making Nepal the second largest troop contributing country in the United Nations. Talking about the Nepalese Army women peacekeeper, we have been deploying women peacekeepers since 2000, when 2 female peacekeepers were deployed in UNIFIL for the first time. And today, to date, nearly 2,200 women peacekeepers has already served under the various role and appointment in the United Nations. Currently, 560 Nepali women peacekeepers are deployed in contingent and 33 in United Nations military observer and staff officers in 13 different countries. Moreover, Nepal is the highest number of women peacekeepers among all the troop contributing countries. So, how was Nepal able to increase the number of women in United Nations peacekeeping operation? The Constitution of Nepal ensures the women's roles in every field of our nation, including in the military. At least 1/3 of members of the State Assembly, that is more than 33%. Currently, there are 112 women parliament in Nepal. The Constitution also requires similar representation of women in all political appointment and various levels of executive body. In addition, women's rights are not just protected as a fundamental right in Nepal's constitution, but the government of Nepal has also exclusively stated that at least 15% of the women should be represented in all government jobs, including Nepali army. The provision has increased the opportunity for women in the Nepalese army, which has subsequently resulted in a higher number of women participating in the UN peacekeeping mission. Ladies and gentlemen, women are an integral part of our society and are important in every field. Thus, their participation in peacekeeping operation is equally essential. Women can provide a different perspective on any kind of challenges and provide better alternatives and possible solutions. When it comes to conflict prevention and management, it requires understanding different types of issues related to the community. A diverse range of perspective on various issues from women peacekeepers is very helpful during decision making. For instance, the challenge faced and experience gained by Nepalese women in its socio-economic conditions, educational background, and the value and beliefs in the Nepalese society have enabled them to develop a perspective that might differ from the other troop contributing countries. The hard experience gained by Nepali women who can understand the women in host nations have been communicated to women in those missions through the direct engagement. Secondly, women in many cultures and societies are more open to communicating and cooperating with women than the men. This is essential to look up and solve gender-related issues as they can better understand and address gender-specific concerns. For example, in a group of men who are focused on developing a fighting strategy against belligerent, women provide support and protection to vulnerable populations. Similarly, they can also provide access to inaccessible communities. Thus, in such communities, female peacekeeper can act as a key engaging with communities in a way that male peacekeepers might find challenging. Also, in the most culture, local women are highly reluctant to share gender-related issues with male peacekeeper, but can freely discuss such issues with female peacekeeper. Female engagement team in Nepalese contingent have exceptionally performed well in these regards, which have been acknowledged by the mission leadership of various missions as well. Moreover, female peacekeepers can set an example to young women in conflict-affected area to participate and contribute in various aspects related to the conflict prevention and management. Getting inspired by the women peacekeepers, women in conflict area can play a key role in addressing the issues in their community. Women can also play a key role in the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse in the workplace. Unfortunately, time and again, reports of sexual exploitation and abuse involving UN peacekeepers do get rise from time to time. With the increment in number of female peacekeepers, the workspace environment automatically becomes gender-friendly. This has been vividly evident in the various UN missions, where the women peacekeepers are in the significant number, yet the case of sexual exploitation and abuse inside the camp is more or less zero. We talk about why women's participation is essential in peace operation. Now let's discuss some of the challenges that are hindering women's participation. To find out the challenges, I decided to gather primary information from survey. So I talked with the peacekeepers trainees undergoing pre-deployment training in Virendra Peace Operations Center, where out of 250 trainees that were surveyed, 84 were repeating their mission, 41 were women, and 209 are men. They gave some interesting idea. First and foremost, the problem is cognitive level. It's our thought, it's our belief. The stereotype societal mindset in many of the troops contributing countries has restricted women's participation in jobs and roles that are conventionally thought to be for men only. For instance, if we Google that's man's job, what's a man's job? The first answer will be military, followed by firefighting, construction works, logger, and so on. Whereas womanly job are mentioned as a family raising, teaching, caregiving responsibilities. Such stereotype of thought discourage women in hindering their recruitment in the military and furthermore the peacekeeping roles. In countries like Nepal, socio-cultural hurdles have limited women's role in the society. However, becoming the changes in the education system, increase public awareness, and strict formulation and implementation of women-friendly policies have resulted in change the perception of Nepali society, and this has allowed more women to join the military. In the last 6 decades, the representation of women personnel in the Nepali army has increased from 0 to about 6,000. 2 Nepali peacekeeper, future peacekeeper, they are here with us. As a result, female participation in UN mission has also increased. By removing such sensitive thoughts, women from protective society and cultural background can also join security force and participate in peace operations in the long run. Similarly, in addition to challenging geographical location and hostile weather, the lack of women-friendly facilities also implies the women from participating in mission. Peacekeepers are mostly deployed in area with ongoing or post-conflict situation. In countries like DRC and South Sudan, conflicts are still going on. Due to the hostilities, these areas may lack basic needs. Thus, this brings additional challenges for women, particularly in terms of safety, privacy, and access to gender-specific facilities. Women peacekeepers under infantry role may expose such adverse conditions during various operations, patrols, and moves. Thus, such unfavorable conditions discourage women from participating in UN missions. Hence, to ensure an appropriate number of women peacekeepers in the mission, basic facilities and secure environment must be safeguarded for the women. And moreover, the fear of sexual harassment and gender-based violence arising from difficult workplace environment have demotivated women's personnel in the UN participation. Sexual harassment, discrimination, or gender-based violence during deployment affect the psychological as well as physical well-being of the personnel. Thus, this affects their number. To overcome this, a secure workplace environment has to be prepared for women which they can trust. During the initial women peacekeeper deployment from Nepalese army, the level of fear of sexual harassment was high, and it is significantly decreased to these days due to the implementation of proper policies and creation of safe working environment. The United Nations has also strictly mandated zero tolerance for sexual harassment and abuse, and this message has to be vigorously disseminated around the world. Some additional suggestions to improve the women participation in the UN. Provision of additional benefits and incentive to the women's peacekeeper, such as paid leaves, additional leaves to spend more time with your family, to and fro transportation cost facilities during leave, or shorter deployment period for women peacekeepers. Next is prioritize and maximize the local women recruitment in the host countries at all levels. This can be done by providing them with the necessary training, educated resources, and suitable platform to carry out activities of peace operation. United Nations Department of Peacekeeping Operation Field Mission can focus on various media platforms and carry out outreach program to raise public awareness about the importance and effectiveness of women's participation in peace operation. This can be done through media campaign, social events, and engagement that advocate the women's participation in the military and as well as peacekeeping mission. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, women's participation in the United Nations is utmost importance. Nearly half of the population is women. One of the most vulnerable in conflict zone is women, and the most suppressed in the many developing and underdeveloped countries are also women. UN being the role model for the equality, it is imperative that the organization ensure maximum women participation. This is equally applicable when it comes to the uniform peacekeepers as well. However, there are still various challenges to women's empowerment in the peacekeeping, and we don't have any alternative but to overcome these challenges. Some challenges can be overcome by simple adjustment, such as develop women-friendly policies, improvement in the living conditions, and make safer work environment. But some challenges we cannot change, and thus compensation based on monetary aspect, leave or cropping the mission's tenure can be adhered to. In this regard, the Nepalese Army has been trying to overcome the various challenges regarding the women's peacekeeper participation and UN. Here, I conclude my talk. I once again thank the organizer for inviting me and providing me with this platform to share my experience. I hope all the invitees here has a comfortable stay and they have got successful and bright future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Major General Khadka. Now, the next he for she that I'd like to introduce you to is Captain Corey Braddock, who is the Chief of Office of Expeditionary Logistics of Coast Guard of the United States of America.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, especially the UN Women's Team, thank you for this incredible opportunity, an incredibly humbling opportunity to speak. I'm Captain Corey Braddock of the United States Coast Guard, and I'm excited to participate in this critically important dialogue on women's empowerment and equitable opportunities in military and peacekeeping operations. It's also very special for me to be here in Seoul. You see, from 2001 to 2003, I was stationed in a small U.S. Army garrison about 15 miles north of here in the outskirts of Jeongshim at a small Army camp formerly named Camp Stanley. Those were 2 wonderful years for me. As an Army aviator, I saw large swaths of this wonderful countryside from the front seat of a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter. I made wonderful friends, and I learned of Korea's wonderful and welcoming culture, and I made lasting connection with Republic of Korea military teammates. And if that's not nostalgic enough, in 2002, on a mountain hike just north of Jeongshim, I also proposed marriage to my wife of now 20 years. My military career is somewhat unique. I was commissioned in 1996 in the United States Army at West Point. I served for 8 years in that service and then have committed the last 19 to the U.S. Coast Guard. Both organizations have allowed me to fulfill my 2 greatest passions, piloting military helicopters and leading others. I've had the opportunity to do both while assigned ashore and at sea, on the ground and in the air, and throughout many places in the world. And what I've learned and what I think anchors me to today's discussion is that military members, and I believe UN peacekeepers alike, deserve leaders bold enough to meet their subordinates where they are and unafraid to tirelessly advocate for their needs. It's an incredible time to be in the Coast Guard, in the military, or as a UN peacekeeper. Tomorrow's challenges will push all of our organizations to think differently in order to remain resilient and ready. The scope and pace of our missions demand that every peacekeeper has an equitable opportunity to reach their fullest potential. And those we support and defend deserve the broadest range of perspectives so that our teams may deliver a sustainable peace. I'd like to offer that the Coast Guard has truly led from the front on issues of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. We had the first U.S. warship to racially desegregate. We were the first U.S. military service academy to appoint women. And in 2022, our Commandant, Admiral Linda Fagan, became the first 4-star U.S. military female service chief. Yet we aren't immune to the forces of bias that still prevent gender equality from flourishing. Without question, strengthening Such equality is a journey, it's not a destination. And in the spirit of this collaborative event, I'd like to share a little bit of my service's journey. In 2018, after nearly 3 decades, without having diligently studied the issues surrounding gender equality, the Coast Guard undertook such an operation with the RAND Corporation. In that quantitative and qualitative study, we took a reflective look at the unique barriers that face women in our military service. And at face value, a simple fact challenges my service, and I would argue probably UN peacekeepers every day. We simply cannot retain women at the same rate as we do men. While the Coast Guard has encouraging news about our accession rates, as nearly 40% of the newest Coast Guard Academy class is female, we remain unable to keep a large percentage of these members into their mid-career. In fact, cumulative retention gaps, those between men and women, emerge in the first 10 years of service and only grow over time. While we're encouraged that our retention of female members still remains high among our military organizations, our force is still only comprised of 16% women. In a U.S. society made up of 51% women, the question truly becomes, what barriers prevent the world's greatest Coast Guard from retaining its women at the same rate as their men? And our analysis offers 3 primary factors related to gender equity: work environments, career limitations, and personal life-related matters. First, our members, both male and female, have made it clear that what matters the most in their work environment is leadership. Truly caring leaders willing to meet subordinates where they are and create the conditions for their success. Men and women both thrive in environments where inclusive mentorship is prioritized, when policies support upward progression, when they can see themselves succeeding in the organization, and when they feel safe. For too long, many of these milestones have been far more attainable and accessible to men than women. In my service, we're tackling these challenges with such things as women's specific leadership and mentoring groups, strategic communication to the workforce, familiarizing all leaders with female-centric policies, expanding leadership training that emphasizes the importance of mentorship with a specific focus on reaching out to junior female members, and most importantly, rooting out all forms of sexual assault and harassment. Second, our members have signaled that women may not share a similar trust in the assignment and promotion process that supports their male peers. Examples such as Coast Guard ships having limited female quarters, thus restricting women's opportunities for success, or that at times a woman's additional duties are often simply assigned aligned with stereotypical female activities instead of what is best for their career. Or consider that worldwide assignments can be considerably more difficult for the roughly 52% of Coast Guard women who are also married to another active duty service member. Challenges of co-locating assignments and competing job aspirations strain work and family opportunities, especially when only 7% of Coast Guard men face a similar challenge. Solutions to these problems of gender equity lie in understanding the needs of women separate from their male counterparts, continuously monitoring retention trends and reasons for attrition, and designing policies that make serving more inclusive, not more difficult. Finally, our most nascent gender equity issue remains the barriers impacting personal life-related concerns. Challenges of work responsibilities balanced against pregnancy, caregiving leave, enduring child care, and many more topics make continued military and peacekeeping service difficult. The good news is that the Coast Guard has made significant strides turning existing resources into innovative policies. For example, we now have a parental leave augmentation program. This centrally funded program immediately assigns replacement members to a unit when a primary caregiver must take necessary parental leave. This simple shifting of resources allows the member to feel valued and provides the unit with a substitute during the necessary absence. Additionally, we've extended our caregiver leave from 42 days that had to be taken immediately after the birth to 84 days that can now be used at any point in the year subsequent to birth. We've also made nursing rooms mandatory at all units and even reimbursed members for breast milk shipments while deployed away from home. The facts are fairly simple. Gender barriers can be eliminated when organizations meet people where they are and aim for equitable opportunities for success. The humanitarian and peacekeeping workforces of tomorrow, I would argue, must reflect those they support and defend. My service is fully immersed and committed to this journey. However, there is much more to do. We must all remain steadfast until women have an equitable opportunity to succeed. Our workforce demands it, and those we support deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain Braddock. Now I have the pleasure of introducing Colonel Moon Dongsu, who is the director of the RK Peacekeeping Operations Center. He serviced in several missions, including East Timor, Iraq, South Sudan, and Lebanon, and we are very privileged to have him with us today.
Good afternoon, Excellency and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Colonel Moon Dongsu and currently serve as the director of the Republic of Korea PKO Center. Korea PKO Center has in charge of pre-deployment training and research of security issues related to peacekeeping operation. It's both an honor and an obvious moment for me to deliver my speech in such an important event. I wanted to begin by asking for your understanding, because English is not my native language. To make sure I communicate clearly, I will prepare a script for today's speech. This year, I received a special medal from Army Headquarters, celebrating my 30 years of military service. My journey as a military officer started when I accompanied a high school friend to the Korean Military Academy to obtain an application for admission 30 years ago. Ironically, while my friend who originally dreamed of becoming a military officer was rejected, but I ended up being accepted. Since then, I have spent 30 years in military uniform until now. I will introduce my military career briefly. I began my career as a second lieutenant in the Army, serving with one of the Airborne Special Forces Brigade. During that time, the Republic of Korea military was sending a battalion from the Special Warfare Command to East Timor on a rotational basis. My battalion was selected for deployment, and I went to East Timor with my team. That was my first UN mission. My second overseas deployment was in Iraq as a part of multinational forces. For my third mission, I served in UNMISS, South Sudan. After I promoted colonel, I served as a ROCBAT commander in UNIFIL, Lebanon, marking my first overseas deployment. After completing my service in Lebanon and returning to Korea, I unexpectedly found myself serving as the ROCBAT commander in Lebanon again due to a sudden change in leadership. In total, I spent 17 months in Lebanon, and my UN medal from UNIFIL recognized my 3 deployments there. Most of my career in Korea, I served in Special Forces unit as a company and field battalion commander, and chief of staff of battalion at Gjerde. Today,
I'd like to mention about the participation of a women soldier in PKO mission based on my experiences. In my first UN mission in East Timor, I was responsible for security duty at IDP camp in Dili, and next I also served as the local security unit leader in the small town known as Tutuala. During my deployment, I worked with my team, altogether 12 members. The living conditions in that region were extremely challenging. We used the candle because there was no electricity, and the limited water supply made it impossible to have proper showers. At the time, we stayed in an old house previously used by local. There were 3 rooms, one for command and control, and the other 2 for sleeping. 6 of us shared a small room, and my personal space consists of a single military bed with a mosquito net. That was all that I was given to me. Additionally, we received food supply from the battalion headquarters once a week, but we had to prepare and manage our own meal. With no electricity and no refrigerator, we used the chiller ice boxes to prevent the food from spoiling. However, due to the hot weather, we often had to worry about food spoilage just after 3 days. Despite these challenges, it was a fulfilling and enjoyable time in my life. In such conditions, the participation of women soldiers would have been limited and challenging. Therefore, I believe that only a very small number of women soldiers from contributing countries would have been deployed to such a location. Fortunately, living conditions in UN missions have greatly improved. Nowadays, with the widespread use of housing containers, independent accommodation are provided, and the use of a generator for electricity has become common. These improvements have significantly enhanced the quality of life for soldiers stationed in these mission areas. When I served in Lebanon as a battalion commander, I had the opportunity to work with approximately 20 Korean women soldiers. During my time in Lebanon, I encountered a situation where UNIFIL requires all TCCs to deploy a certain percentage of women soldiers, especially minimum 10% of the deployed personnel. Regrettably, we were unable to meet this percentage. As a response, I actively advocated for an increase in the participation of women soldiers. I brought this matter to the attention of the Minister of National Defense and the Army headquarters. As a commander in field, I believe that women soldiers are highly valuable for mission success. Women soldiers are especially valuable in missions that require interaction with the local female population, half of the total population. In some missions, there are cultural norms that discourage contact or conversation between local women and foreign men, particularly in specific religious communities. Consequently, tasks involving interaction with these individuals can only be carried out by women soldiers. For instance, body searches and interview to local women should be conducted by women soldiers. Moreover, in areas where peacekeeping forces are viewed with suspicion of as potential aggressors, an increased presence of women soldiers among the local population can send a positive signal to local residents. It demonstrated that peacekeepers are there to assist their country rather than being perceived as invaders. For this reason, I hope that more women soldiers will be deployed to peacekeeping missions in the future, enabling them to contribute more. I believe that within the current Republic of Korea military, women soldiers should be more actively integrated into operational units that directly engage with the local population. Extending beyond this step and supporting group, women soldiers operating armored vehicle, handling machine gun, and performing tasks like patrolling and guarding in PKO mission can indeed have a positive impact on the core mandate. I agree that it is essential to create an ecosystem that encourages more women soldier participation in PKO mission. However, it's important to recognize that the military forces operate in a challenging and often dangerous condition. Women soldiers are not just women, they are soldiers capable of performing their duty within the military framework. Improving the condition for all peacekeepers is a collectively responsibility that the UN and all contributing countries should prioritize and address. And based on my experience, I have observed significant progress in this regard. The former UN Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld once said, "Peacekeeping is not a job for soldiers, but only soldiers can do it." I understand his saying to mean that peacekeeping is fundamentally distinct from the role of combatants who traditionally engaged in offensive and defensive combat action on the field. Peacekeeping does the role of the referee in the soccer game rather than a player on the field. Referee must be acknowledged by both teams, and each should keep the game with fairness without bias. Peacekeepers should not conceal themselves from all sides, like host government, rebel, local civilian, etc. Instead, they should clearly indicate their presence by wearing the distinctive blue helmet and vest. Peacekeeping mission areas are relatively dangerous and filled with numerous variables. Therefore, Dag Hammarskjöld stated that only soldiers are capable of carrying out successful peacekeeping mission. Soldiers are specially trained and prepared to operate effectively in all kinds of challenging battlefield environment. I personally experienced a dangerous situation when I was detained by locals in South Sudan. Some of them were armed with AK rifle, and I felt a strong sense of fear when I was left unarmed and alone in such a circumstance. I also have some memory of enduring difficult conditions during my mission, such as not being able to shower for several days in East Timor, sweating profusely in hot weather, developing rashes all over my body, and suffering malaria, which required hospitalization. These challenging conditions have become special memory in my mind. I'm not an expert on gender issue, and I can provide a specific recommendation regarding what is needed to expand the number and role of women soldiers in PKO mission or the institutional improvement required. However, as a man and soldier who has worked in UN mission with the women soldiers, I'd like to make some final remarks. Peacekeeping mission, as I mentioned before, are significantly distinct from combat situation. We are not directly engaged in battlefield, but rather play a role in mediating, monitoring, providing security and humanitarian support, etc., in a relatively dangerous and challenging environment. I think that women soldiers are particularly well suited for these tasks, and local community often prefer having women soldiers on the ground. Lastly, I hope to see more women soldiers out of the field contributing to global peace and security. Please don't blame me for not giving a more gender-friendly speech. I'm very supportive of women because I'm a father of 2 daughters. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Colonel Moon. This was an inspiring remark indeed. Now, last but not least, before our coffee break, I'd like to invite Colonel Hugo Lloyd, the Chief of Staff of the 6th Division of the United Kingdom. He served in many dangerous places, and we are very happy to have him here to share his experiences from the ground.
Well, jolly good afternoon. About 70 years ago, my father, who was in the Royal Navy, was afloat serving off the Korean Peninsula. So it's lovely, 70 years later, actually, to be here today and to have this privilege, really, to speak with you. What I'm probably going to offer you is probably a practitioner's view, and I hope in so doing that I'm able to particularly address those who've just been completing the 3-week course here. Others are probably better placed, and we've heard really wonderful testimony from people. We've seen senior leaders exposing the issues and bringing it really to life for us. So I'll ground mine, if you don't mind, in relatively sort of low-level tactical examples. Of course, I want to absolutely endorse what we've been hearing about it being the right thing, about it being, as Ingrid mentioned, operationally essential, and therefore the smart thing to do. And of course, all our countries have committed to do so back in 2000. But that's 23 years ago, and I heard an alarming statistic yesterday from Ajung, who said that on the current rate of progress, from 2000, it's going to take us 286 years to get there. That's not very encouraging, is it? And so that really does speak to the fact that it actually needs to be given urgency. It is wonderful to hear from His Excellency Ban Ki-moon about his leadership on there, to really give that urgency, to hold people to account. And of course, it's absolutely leadership, of course, that will make this succeed. So I've served in the Army for 21 years, and the first part of my career was almost exclusively spent on operational deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan, a war and 5 counterinsurgency tours. But actually, it was my first exposure to the United Nations and my first peacekeeping tour last year that was actually the most complex thing that I had done in the military. And it wasn't just because I was at a higher rank and leading more people. It wasn't that. It was actually, of course, that the security environment into which we operate as peacekeepers is uniquely challenging. Almost everyone seems to be armed. You have no real way of identifying friend from foe. The violence that is meted out is very confronting and alarming. And as we've heard about, very regrettably, that violence is disproportionately meted out on women and children. So the most complex thing, and therefore you're going to want the most talent. So back to the operational essential argument, which is absolutely key to this, of course. So in Mali, in the military mission Sally ended, 22 million population, 14,000 peacekeepers, about the same in the Malian army, so a very small security element, and then a raft of security actors, most of them armed, some signatories to a peace accord, many not, tribal elements, different ethnicities, and a patchwork that's very complicated to operate among. And of course, to understand that patchwork, it's self-evident, of course, that you need to engage with the population in order to have a physical, visible presence of peacekeeping. You need to be able to reassure them and understand the human security situation, which means you need to talk with everyone that you can do that with. And of course, that takes you to a very clear responsibility to have women forward, out of the bases, operating in their primary roles in order to be able to achieve that mission. The task group that I commanded was 300 strong, and 10% of the force were women. So we were 5% short of where we are mandated to get to, so we're not there yet. Fortunately, though, and again, we were a bit late in the British Army as well to opening all roles to women. That came as well for us in 2016. We don't have women throughout all roles in large numbers, nor in all ranks. But it was clear that we needed to use women in their primary roles. And so whilst we did, on occasion, tactically necessary, group women in order to conduct female engagement, that wasn't our default setting. I think it would end up in a slightly perverse behavior to end up with men only talking to men and women only talking to women. There may be some cultural reasons to do that at times, but if you want to get a raft of views, uncover bias, and get a complete perspective on things, then you want more free-flowing dialogue. So I think grouping tactically can be useful, but I don't think it should necessarily be the default. We did, for security reasons as well, try to make women quite visible on our patrols. We found that if you look at women being disproportionately the victims, well, men are likely to be disproportionately the perpetrators of violence in conflict. So you'd understand why when you patrol up to a village as an armed male, that the response might not always be warm to you. We certainly found that where there were women on patrol, that absolutely did create a different dynamic, that children would come out to play and that there would be a different dynamic at play. From those conversations, of course, bearing in mind what I've just said, that would also provide a more complete picture of the situation. It was brought out really wonderfully earlier, that wasn't just about the security situation, it was about water and access to healthcare and education. Human security, in all of its guises. From that, we would then use that to form a start point for further engagement. And you'd rapidly uncover that there were women's groups in various villages and towns that you needed to engage with, but you wouldn't have found access to them had you not started making inquiries about human security in its wider sense. From that, where it was culturally appropriate to do so, people would then conduct the equivalent of a shura or a meeting in order to understand more about the human security situation. What we uncovered in a couple of instances was that markets were essential to livelihoods, and that normally that the traders and largely the customers were actually women in the markets. But markets were also the targets for robbery, illegal taxation, and violence. So by conducting patrol activity, which was very deliberately synchronized with market activity, you could plot out the markets around various villages and towns on a calendar month, and you could synchronize your patrol activity to deliver peacekeeping effect in order to protect livelihoods, and in so doing, protecting women's livelihoods. What we also uncovered, of course, is that when you had those conversations, that people would tell you about some of the wider security, human security challenges that they face with access to food and water, and that would then drive the developmental aspect of peacekeeping as well. So by taking civil affairs with you, we would then identify project opportunities. Just outside Gao, we initiated a project which was about securing agricultural land for women so that they could grow crops, which they could then sell in the markets, but they're being protected by peacekeepers. So you can see a slightly sort of virtuous circle come together when you take a different perspective, perhaps, than might have been the norm. Likewise, in another town called Ansongo, we initiated a resource to support a women's peace dialogue process, whilst also helping to refurb the local radio station so that those sort of messages could be broadcast more regionally. So those are some of the, sort of the low-level tactical activities that you can conduct. What are some of the pitfalls? I guess I speak to men and women on this. One is about, I suppose, about value. A woman's value on a peacekeeping operation is not because they can talk to women. That's useful. Their value, of course, is they're throughout the force and that they are recognized for the talent that they bring, and that's equitable. Secondly, just avoid tokenism. I think it's quite obvious, but we don't want to sort of undo the good that people are trying to do by making it tokenistic. Likewise, give people agency. When I grouped people together for a tactical effect, I'd explained to them previously why I believed that was necessary. And I was very clear that it was an additional responsibility for which I was content to do as voluntary basis. Because I think, again, you don't want to single people out for things and somehow make them feel different. People have talked a bit about some enabling environment factors, and I think those are really clear. We talked about, I think today, recognition of barriers, and gender barrier studies can be really helpful in uncovering the evidence that you need in order to drive policies. We've heard about, I think, national action plans, various countries on their 5th iteration now, I think the UK is as well, in terms of trying to drive that through into concrete policies that are then actually enacted. I think we've heard a bit about culture as well today as well, which of course is one of the most difficult things to change in any organisation, particularly a large organisation. But there are lots of good examples of cultural practice taking root through really good leadership at all levels. And it's not just a senior level responsibility, of course, it's at all levels throughout the ranks. But I do think that male advocacy matters. I think it matters because it shouldn't be for women to try and advance the WPS agenda, for example. At the same time, if women are underrepresented in all of our militaries, then it serves to follow that our senior leaders' voices, women's voices, whilst powerful, might be quite singular voices. And how much better, of course, if those voices are supported in a chorus of other voices, male voices included, which can advocate for this really important issue. I think there is, within those policies as well, a case for positive action and really proactive policies that actually support, with training and education, women, peace and security. I think sometimes when people hear that term, positive action, they hear something else. I think they hear discrimination or something else, and they worry that there's some sort of fallout on them. And people referred to, I think earlier, as a zero-sum game, and that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about are the correct policies, well-planned, data-driven, which actually do what they're supposed to do and provide opportunity for women to have career advancement. So no military is at gender parity, 286 years if we don't do something about it. So it serves to follow, and it's great to have a conference like this because it provides a community of interest, it provides a community of shared experiences and practice. And I hope also serves as something which is galvanizing into something which we're all signatories to, but won't always be the number one priority on a country's mind when it's looking at all the other competing issues on its agenda. So I'll pause there. I think there's questions later on today. I'll stick around for those, but thanks very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Colonel Lloyd. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a coffee break, but I just wanted to give a warm round of applause to all our speakers who've shared their insights and experiences. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will start the next and the final segment of today's forum. But we have a very special art performance, actually. And I'd like to invite artist Jeongshim, who is a talented sand artist, to come to the podium and to explain her artwork. And then we'll be watching her sand art that she created in view of this forum. So now I'd like to ask the artist, Jeongshim, to kindly come to the podium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the artist.
네, 안녕하세요. 샌드 아티스트 정예은입니다. 반갑습니다. 와, 오늘 군인분들 정말 많이 오셨네요. 하지만 저는 낯설지 않습니다. 왜냐하면 저는 어렸을 때부터 군인분들을 많이 보고 자라왔는데요. 사실은 저희 아버지께서 육군사관학교 출신 군인이셨어서 어렸을 때부터 많이 아버지 동료분들을 보고 자라왔기 때문에 오늘 굉장히 익숙한 풍경인 것 같습니다. 근데 사실 집에 어렸을 때는 많이 집에 초대도 많이 하셨던 분들이 다들 남자분들이셨는데 오늘은 꽤 많으신 여군분들이 보이셔서 여성으로서 굉장히 기쁘기도 하고 설레는 모습인 것 같습니다. 사실 저는 이 자리에 샌드 아티스트로 쓰긴 섰지만 저는 8개월 남자 아기를 키우고 있는 엄마이기도 합니다. 제가 아이의 이름은 시윤이고요. 시윤이를 낳을 때 좀 에피소드가 있는데요. 사실 저는 새벽 4시에 갑작스럽게 진통이 오는 바람에 병원을 가게 돼서 아이를 낳게 된 상황이었는데 사실 그때 저희 남편이 코로나 확진자라서 저 혼자 택시를 타고 병원에 가서 아이를 낳을 수밖에 없었어요. 그래서 그 당시에 굉장히 택시를 타고 가면서 너무 무섭고 정신적으로도 굉장히 힘들었는데 사실은 제가 시윤이를 갖기 전에도 한 번의 유산의 경험이 있는 바람에 굉장히 무서웠던 것 같습니다. 이 소식을 친정 엄마한테 바로 알리고 병원에서 엄마를 만났는데 엄마를 보니까 다들 아실 수 있겠지만 굉장히 눈물이 나더라고요. 그래서 엄마와 함께 이제 의사 선생님과 상담을 했는데 제 몸 상태가 꽤나 좋지 않았고 아이도 좀 큰 상태였기 때문에 제왕절개 수술을 권유를 받았었고 엄마와 수술 동의하에 저는 제왕절개를 해서 아이를 온전하고 건강하게 낳을 수 있었습니다. 여기에 출산하셨던 분들은 아시겠지만 정말 엄청 감동이 있었어요. 지금까지도 그 감동을 잊지 못하는데요. 사실 소말리아에서는 내전 지역이어서 그런지 저와 같았던 한 엄마의 이야기가 있습니다. 그 엄마도 마찬가지로 제왕절개 소견을 받았었는데 그 엄마는 남편과의 전화 연락이 닿지 않아서 12시간 동안 굉장히 힘든 고통의 시간을 보냈었고 마침내 제왕절개 수술을 받긴 하였지만 아이는 끝내 사망하고 말았답니다. 왜냐하면 소말리아에서는 남편의 동의가 없으면 제왕절개 수술을 하지 못한다고 합니다. 이런 경우에 제가 소망하는 이야기를 샌드아트로 담아서 그려봤는데요. 함께 이 샌드아트를 잘 감상해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
I'd like to just really appreciate the artist for making her inspiration come forward and sharing with us. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and privilege to move to the final session, which is to invite the instructors and the trainees of the WIMPOC that we've been talking about all afternoon. Now, I'd like to invite Ms. Nicola Popovic, who coordinated the Peace and Security Program of UN INSTRA, which was the predecessor of UN Women between 2006 and 2009, and she worked for UN Women ever since in different functions. She was one of the instructors of our WIMPOC, and she's the moderator of our next session. And in our next session, we have Ms. Jen Wittwer, the international consultant for UN Women, and who was also the instructor for this course. And then we have 4 trainees of this course. Colonel Moon Hanok, the Deputy Commander of ROK 2nd Engineer Brigade. Major Maureen Jamshed, General Duty Medical Officer of Pakistan Army. Major Halifa Sharkinin, Director Staff of Malaysian Peacekeeping Center. And last but not least, Captain Boroma Lakbashgen, Assessment and Evaluation Team Training and Education Department of the General Staff of the Mongolian Armed Forces. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our guests.
Excellencies, Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon. I'm very honored to have a wonderful panel with me this afternoon and to continue our forum today. So when coordinating the Gender, Peace and Security Program at UN INSTRA, we, like almost 2 decades ago, we had a look at women in peacekeeping. We looked at how many gender advisors are there, how many women are deployed, are there gender focal points, what training are the women provided, and despite the backlash we heard about today as well, we have come a very, very long way. I was fortunate to witness the first Liberian action plan that we had co-developed with, in collaboration with UNMIL at the time. We collaborated also with the gender unit of MINUSTA, seeing then the first all-female units deploying from India to Liberia, from Bangladesh, the police unit to Haiti. And I have to say there have been so many initiatives ever since. This course has had is nevertheless very exceptional. And I've said it before that this group that has participated has been extraordinarily committed, enthusiastic, joyful, and kind as a group, and we had an extremely valuable learning experience. We looked at the UNDPO standard modules, had practical exercises, case studies, scenarios, but we also had a module specifically on leadership, empowerment, and networking, so that we create strong leaders for future peace operation courses. But let me introduce the panelists today. To my left is Colonel Moon Hanok, and she has graduated from Seoul Women's University in Political Science and International Relations. And she commissioned in 1997 as a second lieutenant in the infantry branch in the Korean Army. And she has served in several peacekeeping missions, including the United Nations Observer Mission in Georgia in 2009, as well as the United Nations operations in Côte d'Ivoire in 2009-2010. Furthermore, my co-instructor and dear colleague, Jen Wittwer, is not only a UN Women consultant, but has 42 years of experience in the Royal Australian Navy. She has worked for UN Women in 2018 in Ukraine, Jordan, and in the New York office. She has been an advisor to the NATO operations in Afghanistan, and has a Master in Development, specifically focusing her thesis on gender equality in peace operations and is now a PhD scholar at the Monash University Center for Gender, Peace and Security. Following Major Khalifa Sarkinin, who has graduated from the Mara University of Technology and joined the military training in the Royal Malaysian Army Air Force. And she was commissioned as a lieutenant in 2007. So she has 16 years of experience in several units at the Royal Malaysian Air Force. She has deployed to Monukso in the Democratic Republic of the Congo as a military observer in 2013 and 2014. Furthermore, we have Captain Bolorama Laksuven. She has been in the Mongolian Armed Forces since 2005. She has also been deployed to UN peacekeeping missions, such as, for example, as a liaison officer in the United Nations African Union hybrid operation in Darfur from 2012 to 2013, as well as a military observer at UNMISS in South Sudan in 2021 and 2022. Major Maureen has graduated from the Khyber Medical University in Peshawar and joined the Pakistan Army as a captain in 2013. So we're looking at 10 years of experience. She is also a member of the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Pakistan in the field of family medicine and has highly contributed, especially during the COVID pandemic. And she was just nominated by her national army to serve as a staff officer in the UN mission in the Central African Republic. So I will start with Colonel Moon. Can you tell us what motivated you to join the military service, and what moment are you most proud of?
Well, the question is what I often get asked whenever I introduce myself as a military officer. Each time I really want to give a fancy and nice answer, such as saying that, yes, I joined the military because my heart is burning strong enthusiasm and strong patriotism. But reality is a little bit simple. I just joined the army. I just wanted to do something dynamic and active, and something meaningful, and at the same time, something that not many women had ever done before. When I joined the military, that was 1997, not many people knew about the female officers. One day, my academic advisor just called me up and, hey, Hanok, there is an opportunity. Women can join the military as an officer. You should apply. I have watching you, then your responsibility, your leadership, and your proactiveness through your chief editor's career in university newspaper. So that comment, that encouragement became a big turning point in my life. So now I am here with this uniform. Thank you. And about the most proud moment, I can say that would be the basic military training completion ceremonies when I was a regiment commander of Korea Army Training Center. That whenever I had the completion ceremony, I realized those clumsy trainees, who came to the training center holding their parents' hands and were transformed into real brave and smart soldiers after 5-week military training under my command. I felt greatly moved and strengthened. And after the completion ceremony, they were sent to the frontline area by train. And then whenever the train was just about to leave, I gave them my heartfelt and sincere salute. That was my most rewarding moment in my military life, and also that can be a real joy of being commander in Korean Army.
Thank you, Colonel. So, Jen Wittwer, what made you join as a military officer, and what moment are you most proud of?
Thanks, Nicola.
I have to say I didn't join for any altruistic purposes. I think back when I joined, the military wasn't really, a popular choice of career. In fact, most women who left high school around that time moved into banking or secretarial services or nursing, but I really felt I wanted to do something different. And I do come from a long line of family members, including my parents, who served in the Royal Australian Air Force, and many other family members in the Australian Army dating back to World War I. So I suppose I at least had to continue the tradition, although I did choose the senior service. I've had a lot of moments in my career that I'm very proud of, because like General Pearce and General Gjerde, we're often in the firsts in roles because we're part of the sort of changes that occurred over the last few decades. I was the first woman head of the logistics department on a Royal Australian Navy warship. I was the first Australian military gender advisor to NATO in Afghanistan in 2013, and I just do have to say that it's really lovely to see General Gjerde here. In 2012, she was a speaker at a NATO conference I attended in Brussels, and she was talking about her experience as a gender advisor, and that really inspired me to go down that path, so thank you, General, for that. But really what I'm most proud of is the legacy that I leave. I mean, I'm much older than all the women that were in the course, and it's really about the things that I felt that I have been able to achieve for younger women to enable them to have more fulfilling careers and achieve their full potential. Now, I joined the Navy at a time when women didn't have equal access to roles and opportunities on the same basis as men. We faced challenges with sexual harassment and bullying, but there were some of us that were determined to face it head on. And I was determined to be a part of the cultural change that I knew was coming, the winds of change, and I was able to have a leading role in this since 2008. And I've taken up a lot of opportunities in the last 10 to 12 to 15 years to be the first woman in a particular role. And I've had a very satisfying career in gender and women, peace and security. I was also I also led the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda into the Australian Defence Force back in 2013 to 2016. And I've had roles where I've been able to create them. And in one instance, I even worked directly to the Chief of Defence Force, which was as a colonel equivalent, and I was in a very, very privileged position. And those roles led me to where I am today. But my hope is that in having had the career that I've had and the moments that I've had to achieve these firsts and be a leader, that I've been an inspirational role model. I hope the ladies on the course feel that I have done that over the last 3 weeks, and really that's what I'm most proud of.
Thank you so much. Major Halifa, tell us about you. What made you join the military and what moments are you most proud of?
Okay, thank you, Nicola. Okay, for this question, I'm coming from military family background. Hence, they give me full support for me to continue my family legacy. So for your information, my father is a retired commander from Royal Malaysian Navy and served his nation about 35 years. So personally, I'm so proud of him, and he's my idol, my strength. And since I was in primary school, he always motivated me and inspired me to become a military officer like him. Okay. Besides that, my mother had played important role for me to become a better person. I had served for 16 years in the Royal Malaysian Air Force, and the proudest moment in my career that I can forget is when the service gives me an opportunity to join the MONUSCO in Republic Democratic of Congo as a military observer for 1 year in 2013. So let me share my experience. My first team site was in Beni, in northern area, for 6 months, and the remaining in the Kayam Bayonga team site. And in Beni, there was an incident happened that I can't forget. The incident happened when me and other 2 team members, including our interpreter, was ambushed by the local. It happened when we were coming back from coordination meeting with the Nepal battalion. On the way to team site office, we were stopped by a group, about 25 local people, with the machete, which is a long knife. They blocked our UN car and forced us to give them money. And we tried to negotiate to break away the group. But after the negotiation was carried out, the group asked us to help them by giving some money to buy the food and medicine. We decided not to fulfill their request because of it violates the rules set by the United Nations. And it took about nearly 30 minutes before they released us. And that time I feel panic and nervous when dealing with this situation. And however, when everything was finished, I was very thankful and that we were safe and nothing happened with all of us. So I can't describe my feelings at that time. Fear, nervous, panic, all kinds of feelings at that time. And thank of God, we were safe. That was one of my precious moments that I can't forget when I served in United Nations. So I would not have gained this experience if I served only in my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Major Umbreem, tell us about what motivated you and also one of the proud moments of your career.
Very thanks, Nicola. In my case, I come from a family with no military background. My father is an education consultant, works in a civilian sector. However, from a very young age, I grew up in an environment at home that cultivated a strong sense of affection for our national army and a pride in serving the nation. Like I fondly recall waking up very early in the morning to watch the military parades or daydreaming about wearing military uniform. So all these formed a passion. Then when I completed my medical education and got married to a person in military, a captain at that time, so I came to know that the policies in our national army regarding women in workforce are very supportive. Like posting both spouses at same station whenever possible, wherever possible, and many facilities like that. So for me, both things, passion from the beginning and realization of a welcoming environment for women, both facilitated me to pursue my career in military. And regarding the second part, like the most proud moment, I think working in medical field provides various moments that evoke the sense of pride. Like working in a pandemic on very front lines, or giving emotional support to the families of ailing soldiers. So all these moments hold a special place in my heart. But a distinct kind of pride that I felt was when I got a chance to attend this course, Women Military Peace Operation course. Because for me, it was the first time I was representing my country at international level. So today is a big day for me.
Thank you so much. Captain Mororama, tell us about you. What made you join the military, and what is a moment you're particularly proud of?
Thank you, Nicola. For me, it was always my dream to become a military woman. And I enrolled in the National NCO Academy, and that is Non-Commissioned Officers Academy first. And then I graduated as an operator of the air defense radar. My very first assignment was in the new peacekeeping battalion, and that time it was newly established in the Darhoud, that's another city. I was very proud and honored because my very first assignment was in the new peacekeeping battalion, and which was preparing its readiness for the any United Nations missions and where we could be deployed at that time. During my assignment, I was trying to improve my English language very hard. And then I was lucky to be promoted as an English instructor.
And that really changed my military career a lot. And I had several times in English courses at the Defense Language Institute of the U.S. Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. And then my first dream became an officer. I really wanted to become a military officer. And then I studied again and got commissioned as an officer in 2017. Today, I'm a captain of the Mongolian Armed Forces. I have served in 2 United Nations missions. The first was the liaison officer of the Mongolian Level 2 Hospital in United Nations African Union Hybrid Operation in Darfur in 2012. And my second mission was a United Nations military observer mission in South Sudan in 2022. That is my most proud moment of my military career. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain. So now we have spoken about the dreams and what we're proud of, but I know there have been also challenges. So let's talk about the difficult times and the hard things and how you have overcome them. Colonel Moon, can you share some of the challenges you have lived through?
Yes. I cannot say my 27 years military life was going on easy. But if you say, I have to say the 2 challenges,
yes.
Greatest challenges here, then the first thing would be I didn't have many women mentors during my military career. Whenever I considered then my next position or I planned my career path, I didn't have a women mentor, women role model around me. So when I get posted to a certain position, sometimes I was very first woman in that position, and sometimes even in that unit. So I could not visualize and picture my future in the military. Whenever I have that kind of challenge, then I push myself just to give a try, and whatever the outcome would be. That was my strategy. And then second challenge is a sense of frustration as a female officer in this male-dominated environment. What I'm saying that I'm a platoon leader, and my company has to go a certain area for the mining operations for more than 1 month. I'm very professional. I'm very determined woman platoon leader, but there is no female facilities in that area where we are deployed. And the most of personal safety gears for demining are designed for only men. It's too big to women. So in that moment, it's just a simple example, but whenever I have this kind of situation, as a combat branch woman officer, I feel very helpless. And I try to value my other work, like taking care of the remaining soldiers or doing some admin work in my base. But I cannot fully satisfied with those jobs. So the environment of mindset about women officers, I think has changed a lot, but these things, they should get better in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colonel. So yeah, we see how important it is to have role models like we saw this morning, the speakers we heard this morning, how important it is for the younger generation to seek this inspiration, and as the role models we have here on the panel as well. Major Halifa, can you tell us about your 2 greatest challenges?
Okay. Based on my experience as a woman military officer for 16 years, I faced some challenges and problems in my career path. One of my challenges is to progress in my career path for the higher rank. Okay. Nevertheless, from major rank and below is with a smooth progression. But as for now, like in Royal Malaysian Air Force, we have only 1 Brigadier General, 2 Colonel, and 13 Lieutenant Colonel from mixed branch. So the total of ladies officer in Royal Malaysian Air Force is about 255 officers. From my personal view, I think it seems like I have less opportunity to get progress in my lieutenant colonel rank, even though I have qualified and with all the criteria. It same goes to the Royal Malaysian Army and Navy. In the Army, we have 5 Brigadier General, 28 Colonel, also 50 Lieutenant Colonel from medical branch, and only 6 Colonel and 68 Lieutenant Colonel from other branch. So the total of ladies officer in Royal Malaysian Army is about 1,158 officers. And another challenges also is women in our armed forces didn't get opportunity to hold the critical posts, such as a chief of staff, chief of air operation, and etc. So I hope in the future, as a woman military officer in my country will get the same opportunity and chances with our men military officers for the progression in the higher rank and also hold the critical posts in our military armed forces. And another challenges I'm facing was chosen between family and career. In other words, was spending quality time with the family, especially with my kid. And for your information, I have 1 kid, and she's 8 years old, and now she's with my parents. And in military time, military life, I have to sacrifice my precious time because I need to be focused on my career. So nevertheless, as a mother, it's very hard to accept the reality that I have less time with my daughter. And I can see her growing in front of my life. But with the technology, I can call her using video call every day, and so that she knows that her mother cares for her, loves her. And I hope my daughter understands my career and for my future. I think this situation is normal actually, but it depends on how we manage the time. As a woman and a mother, I need to be strong in every aspect, especially for handle the emotion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Major Khalifa, especially as time is very scarce for working parents. We appreciate you and all the mothers or parents that sacrifice this time to be here. Captain Mularama, tell us about your 2 challenges and maybe how you overcome them.
Thank you, Nicola. We have some challenges as female military officers. In the minority of the Mongolian population thinks that women should be housewives and taking care of the families and not to be ambitious. And this kind of cultural mindset almost disappeared in my country. And the gender issue is very strong in Mongolia. The Mongolian Prime Minister is the head of the National Committee on Gender. So all the government organizations, including the Ministry of Defense and General Staff of the Mongolian Armed Forces, are both directed by this National Committee. So in Mongolia, men and women have equal rights for everything. To promote the United Nations goal of uniform gender parity in peacekeeping operations, Mongolia aims to increase the women participation to up to 15%, 15% by 2027, as the President of Mongolia once iterated. So the Ministry of Defense and the General Staff of the Mongolian Armed Forces both are very supportive to increasing the number of women participation in the peacekeeping operation. That is a good sign for women officers and NCOs in the Mongolian Armed Forces. The challenge that I am facing is similar to the member states of the United Nations. I have a challenge that occurs at the moment because if a mid-level career women want to promote or pursue their military career, they need to educate and study in the Command and Staff College, either in the country or abroad. Getting educated in the Command and Staff College and promoted to be a major is a race against time, especially for me, for my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain. You already spoke a bit about gender stereotypes, and let's talk about it a bit more. Colonel Moon, what have been stereotypes regarding gender that you have experienced?
Yes. Let me share one episode when I was in Unumik, but it happened already 13 years ago, so hopefully it can be just an older story. There was an accident while I was driving a mountainous area on a rainy day as a second vehicle driver. The vehicle I was driving was an 8-ton APC, armored personal carrier. Some of you may know it, we call it Nyala. So on that day, the ground in the mountain had quite weakened and some of parts of the path already collapsed. I was just following the first vehicle, then suddenly my Nyala lost the balance and it rolled over to the ground. When the first vehicle just passed the point, that was more or less okay, but its heavy weight somehow destroyed the ground. That's why second vehicle mine just tumbled over. But luckily, then no serious injured and no one was seriously injured, but the Nyala was completely damaged. But the thing was, not my injury or Nyala's damage, but the team site male security officer's comment on the accident. Then his first comment was, this is why women cannot drive. The Nyala is a big and huge vehicle. I know the women basically have a very slow physical reaction, so then it's not appropriate to assign female military observer to the team site driver. So after the thorough investigation with on-site checking, that was confirmed that the accident happened because of the rain and the weak ground. So the security officer apologized to me later, but even looking back at time, I feel really better.
I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine. Thank you for sharing. Jen Wittwer, gender stereotypes in the military. What are your experiences?
Yeah, I think that General Pearce alluded to some gendered stereotypes in her speech, which was great to kind of, I guess, frame what we're talking about here today. Because I would say that actually gendered stereotypes have been institutionally entrenched in the Australian military for most of my career. When I joined the Navy, women officers were limited to administration, communications and logistics, or specialist roles such as medical and dental, and we were excluded from combat or combat-related roles. We couldn't serve at sea and we couldn't deploy. And this meant that when I did my training as a young officer, we integrated training with the men, and we did actually have a short period of 4 weeks on a training ship to practice some seamanship and navigation. But women were not allowed outside of Australian waters. And there was a crisis in Vanuatu, and the ship was being deployed to assist with that crisis. And so the 6 women in my class actually had to get off the ship in an Australian port and go home, and we could not continue with our male colleagues on that. And the rest of them went on to Vanuatu and got some real operational experience in our first year. So that was obviously quite disappointing to me as a woman who felt that 1981 was quite modern times. But in the 1990s, the Australian government lifted the gender restrictions on combat-related roles, and this sort of really opened up quite a lot of roles such as engineering, maritime warfare, pilot, as well as enabling sea service and deployments, and that's what enabled me to serve at sea as a head of a department. The only difficulty was I was a major equivalent rank, head of department, but I had not had the benefit of sea service as a junior officer. And I was not only in charge of the logistics department, I was also the helicopter control officer and the nuclear, biological and chemical defence officer. So these were all new experiences to me at that level. But of course I said yes and got on with it. In 2011, the Australian government lifted the final exclusions of women from combat roles, such as armoured corps and infantry, and in 2016 commenced recruitment from the civilian population. And so this means that we're still yet to grow the leaders that we need in some of these more traditionally sort of combat or hard security roles, both in our armed forces and for peacekeeping and on deployment. But I think the important thing is that we've actually achieved equitable access for women to all roles and occupations, access for both men and women. But in my experience as a consultant with UN Women over the last 7 years or so, I have had a lot of experience with armed forces where these restrictions still apply, and they're compounded by societal and cultural stereotypes or even institutional barriers within those security organisations that limit women's ability to actually achieve the qualifications they need to compete for or be nominated for deployments or even leadership roles within their own service. And this includes, for example, women not being able to travel away from home to attend courses, and often due to family or childcare reasons, or bases not even been able to provide adequate accommodation for women. So this is still a reality for many of our sisters in armed forces around the world. Now, I know that these institutional barriers can be overcome, and also, you know, we've got the ELSI initiative, which Major General Eyre mentioned earlier in his video. You know, it is working with troop contributing countries and police contributing countries to address these factors, but I think generally more work is needed on these issues around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you. And talking about how to do that work, it is an imperative for the United Nations to increase the numbers of female peacekeepers under its gender parity strategy. So, but for those who are not yet convinced, Colonel Moon, like why, in your opinion, why is it important to have more women in peacekeeping missions? And do you have a story to share?
Yes, let me share some episodes. When I was in UNOMIC, that time was right after Russia and Georgia war, which caused a lot of damage to Georgians. So when we patrolled, majority of locals in the village were children and women. When the patrol team went to interview them, they seemed to very scared of men, especially uniformed men, because the local militias were also wearing the military uniform of unknown nationality. So what we did for the interview, the team sent me first, or sometimes sent the local language assistant first to ask them to get the permission for entering their yard or house to ask something. So in fact, women peacekeepers could have better access to the women and children who needed help desperately in those conflict areas. In the second episode, when I was in Côte d'Ivoire, during the patrol, two shy schoolgirls approached us, then myself and my female colleague from Nigeria, and they asked us, how could you guys become the UN employees? So we laughed. They are so cute. So we answered, oh, you should study harder. Then you could know more about the world, and that lead you to become a UN worker. So that time we just felt that we became a kind of role model to local small girls. Yes. So and also personally, they reminded me of one of my UN volunteer colleagues. She was from Burundi, and she was one of the victims of Burundian civil war. How she became a UNB was because the one UN lady from Belgium really encouraged her to study harder. And when she just abandoned by her sex worker mother right after civil war. So from these stories, I think the uniformed women's, the presence itself could give local women and children more sincere trust about the UN without any doubt. Then it can make our peace operations more effectively.
Thank you so much, Colonel. Major Khalifa, why do you think it is so important to have women peacekeepers?
Okay, in my opinion, I strongly agree that the United Nations should increase the number of participants, the number of uniformed women to serve in peacekeeping operations. As we know, most of the vulnerable person in mission area are the women and the children, which is the boy and girl. So they are vulnerable, weak, need the protection and security. In this case, as a woman, it is easier for us to understand their feelings of those who have been mistreated, raped, or abused. We also need to act and any report and take further action to help the victim physically and mentally. I have an experience during patrolling in one of the villages in Eyre Kaya Bayunga team site. There was one local woman came to me and told me that she was raped from a few armed groups in front of her kids. And she also told me that her husband took out by the armed group and to be a militant. And she starts crying and feeling lost because nobody will give protection to her and her kids. I tried to calm her and ask her what had happened and what the assistance she needs from us. I felt so sad that what happened to her, and I hope that she will be strong to continue her life. Related to my experience in mission area, I'm so lucky I have an opportunity to be one of the military observers in the mission area. I will continue sharing my experience with my countrywomen, especially who will deploy in mission area. And I hope I can advise them accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Major, for sharing this story and how women can increase the operational effectiveness, especially when it comes to protection of civilian, prevention and response to conflict-related sexual violence. Captain Balarama, what about you? Why do you think having women in peacekeeping missions is needed?
Thank you, Nicola. I will try to convince to increasing of the women in the peacekeeping mission by my story. So there is a need to adapt the peace operations to the current conflict as expressed by the United Nations Secretary General in his new agenda for peace. Since inception of 78 years, the peacekeeping has continuously adapted to the ever-increasing set of mandated tasks, ranging from preserving ceasefires to protecting civilians from violence and abuse, and then most importantly, achieving the positive result despite the challenges and constraints. In my mission experience as a liaison officer and a military observer, I witnessed that the meaningful participation and inclusiveness of female peacekeepers could bring an effective outcome in the mission area by increasing the network and enhancing the situational awareness, and also having a close accessibility with the local community, as well as gaining a trust of the local community. I clearly remember when I was conducting a long duration patrol of 5 days out in the sector north of the UNMISS. to show the United Nations presence, as well as to have key leader engagement meetings. I had the chance to meet with the local girls who were their teenage years. And initially they were like having a space with me and they were just staring at me. But through the language system, we had a very warm conversations. At the end, they told me they want to become a military like me and build a peaceful, a beautiful country. The message I want to give is that the women military officers can not only be the effective enabler in the mission area, but also we can be the motivation, inspiration, and the role model for those who are the future of their country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain. Yes, women peacekeepers can be role models and leaders, and as earlier today, Major General Cheryl Pearce was saying, in this context, inclusive and value-based leadership is particularly important, not only for women. So I'm asking my colleague Jen Wittwer, can you describe 3 traits you look for in like good leadership?
Yeah, so I think actually good leadership varies from, troop contributing country to troop contributing country. But in my opinion, it is inclusive and gender responsive leadership. And this is the basis of the leadership that we used throughout the Women Military Peace Operations course. And I was really pleased to hear General Pearce and Colonel Wellwood bring this topic up, because it is really important that it's not only inclusive but gender responsive in terms of the gender perspective approach that Colonel Pearce had mentioned before. And of course, this type of leadership is not just for women. It needs to be developed in all our people, those who deploy on peacekeeping missions and also in national militaries. And leadership is for all as well too. It's not just senior officers, but it's everyone at every level, and that's where we need to see demonstrated good leadership. So I think there are 3 traits that that define good leadership in my book. The first one is the trait of character. We hear people say, oh, that person, has a strong character, or the strength of their character. It's people who they feel demonstrates behaviour that's actually about doing the right thing and doing the moral thing and the ethical thing when it comes to making decisions, particularly those that affect people. And of course, we know that some leaders don't always behave in this way, and of course that's contrary to UN policy. So it's really important that the right people are chosen to come to peacekeeping missions who have that strength of character, who appreciate the diversity of people, who appreciate the diversity of perspectives, and include this diversity in all the steps they take in making decisions and conducting tasks. Secondly, authentic leadership. Oscar Wilde, the Irish poet and playwright, said, "Be yourself because everyone else is taken." That is so true. There's no point. I mean, you can have role models and look at them and go, like, I'd like to be like that, and I'd like to take that trait, and you can start to develop those within yourself. But at the end of the day, you actually have to be true to your own values. And I think that's very important in the way in which we engage with people, not only within our teams and in peacekeeping, but also, within the communities that we serve. And thirdly, it's about being confident. General Pearce also said, believe in yourself. And we've spoken about this at length on the Women's Military Peace Operations course. Be confident that they're there because they're qualified, they have the skills and the expertise, and they have the competencies to lead and carry out the tasks that they need to in peacekeeping. Because no women or men would be deployed without those requisite skills and competencies that are actually required by UN policy. And of course, it's not just the women's inability to demonstrate these skills and competencies, but the problem we have is that the gendered attitudes and beliefs of commanders actually minimise women's contributions, and that therefore affects the ability of the mission to achieve its operational mandate. So I say to the women, you just need to be confident that you are where you are supposed to be today, and as you move forward into missions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jen. Major Maureen, so you're just about to depart on mission. What do you think? What support would junior women need in order to become senior leaders?
I think the most important things that junior women need to progress in their career are mentorship, flexible working environment, and support networks, especially support from family. Because we all know that excelling in any career needs dedication and time. And for a military profession, there is a requirement of a greater level of commitment. And for women, the time that is dedicated for advancing in career usually overlaps with the time when they have more responsibility of nurturing their families. So managing the demand of a military profession and trying to maintain a stable family sometimes becomes difficult and challenging. Now here I must say that maintaining such type of work-life balance is tough for everybody, regardless of the gender. But there is no denying that for women, it typically poses additional challenges. However, if junior women are provided with mentorship, with support network, especially support from family, and a flexible working environment in which they can work comfortably and in which their achievements are appreciated and recognized. So I believe they can do wonders in their military career.
Thank you so much, Major. And one last question, and I will start with Major Maureen again. We have had 3-week-long course. Every one of you feels like a good friend by now. What are the 2 most memorable things you take away from the Women's Military Operations course?
Thanks. I feel very fortunate that my National Army has selected me to serve as a staff officer for a UN peacekeeping mission. And I have no prior experience of working in any peacekeeping mission. So when I came to know about this course, Women Military Peace Operation course, I saw it as an excellent opportunity to gain essential knowledge and valuable skills before my deployment. And when I came here, the course exceeded my expectations because the course curriculum was so comprehensive, like it started from very basics and then gradually making us learn the very crucial aspects of peacekeeping, like gender equality, crisis management, and many such aspects. And what impressed me was the well-organized approach that not only delivered the course contents, but also gave some very valuable guidance that will be helpful in our professional growth. For example, improving our communication skills, time management, networking with our colleagues. And all this intensive learning occurred in such a short duration and in such a way that we never felt overburdened. And second thing is regarding the participants of the course. We came from different nations, diverse cultures, and varying lengths of military career. But there was, we developed a natural bond among us. And when we were working in group activities and class discussions, we never felt our differences. So I learned that despite our individuality, there is a common element that unites us all. So I can say that I have learned unity in diversity.
Fantastic, Major. Thank you. Major Khalifa, what was the most memorable moments for you during that course?
Okay, firstly, I would like to express my appreciation to UN Women for success in organizing a seminar and forum on UN Women leadership, empowerment, and networking that is very beneficial to all of us. And in the past 3 weeks, while attending this Women Military Peace Operation course, I'm so grateful because my country had sent me to be one of the participants. I had gained a lot of experience and, of course, sharpened and enhanced my knowledge as a staff officer in the mission in the near future. Furthermore, it is to refresh my experience because I had left for mission about 10 years ago. And it's important to know, for instance, about the leadership skills, decision-making process, how to be a good presenter, women empowerment, gender issues, and others. Sharing experience in mission area also is one of the good ways for us as the participant for this course. So I know what is the problem of the issue in mission area and how to manage it. Of course, different mission with the different experience. And another thing that I have learned from this course is working in teamwork. Because in the mission area, we need to work as a team. We need to work together, either from the same country and from the different country. It's important to have a good relationship with all the team members. And so it will be makes more easier and make it successful. From this training experience also, it helps me to improve my confidence level and gives me more motivated. And it is a good knowledge that I can keep closely and will practicely when I back in my workstation. Also, I have networking with my new friends, new participants from many countries with diverse culture, knowledge, and also experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. This course, as a unique combination and collaboration with DPO, the Department of Peace Operations, and UN Women, brings together the general course and the gender perspective. Just lastly, before we close the panel, Captain Balorama, do you would like to share what you take away from this course?
Thank you, Nicola. The most memorable things that I have learned from this course are, first of all, women officers are more than capable. We have the skills to carry out any kind of tasks like our male counterparts. These tasks are not limited to the operations officer or planning officers in a tactical level or operational level and beyond. The second thing that I have learned from this course is women officers are able to take part in the critical thinking and analysis. We should be included in the decision-making process in a full, meaningful way, because we bring unique perspective to the process that should no longer be minimized. In conclusion, the brushing of the knowledge and skills continuously is a fundamental key to our leadership, empowerment, and network of success to the women military officers. Therefore, the Women Military Peace Operations course truly motivated us and gave us the confidence to execute our skills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What better closing remarks for this panel? Thank you very much. We look forward to see you all in mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Thank you very much, panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, Policy of the Ministry of National Defense of the Republic of Korea to kindly give his closing remarks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Seung-buhm Lee. I'm Director General for International Policy at the Ministry of National Defense of Korea. You know, it is in Korea is a virtue that makes the closing remarks as short as possible. Because I can imagine many of you are very hungry, and I'm hungry as well. Thank you first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Jeongshim for hosting this wonderful event, and my special thanks goes to Lieutenant General Pearce, Deputy Commander of U.S. Forces in Korea, for your staying in this event, and all the generals and my dear colleague ambassadors and all the participants to this meaningful event. I really appreciate. To be honest, I am not the expert on the gender equality issues, but as a father of a young daughter and husband of my lovely wife, I have always compassion for Korean women who had to go through sometimes unfair treatment and inequality in the Korean society. But today's sessions, it was personally great opportunity for me to learn a lot about women empowerment. First of all, all the three sessions, I was very impressed by the vivid story of the UN peacekeeper, women peacekeeper on the ground, not only at the junior level, but also at the general level. And also it was very inspiring to hear the perspective from the male peacekeeper on this issue. So I believe all the sessions was very well organized and well executed. You know, going back to my ministry, I thought to myself, I will have to share what I heard and felt from this meaningful forum with my colleague, Director General and team, who is in charge of gender equality and women empowerment within the Korean Ministry of National Defense. And at the same time, I will do my best on my part to make sure that the Korean Ministry of National Defense will continue to be a big supporter of women empowerment, not only within the Korean Ministry of National Defense, but also the global community. Once again, I thank you very much for Dr. Lee Jeongshim for hosting this wonderful event, and especially I'm very honored to given a chance to make a closing remarks, and I do congratulate on the successful conclusion of a 3 weeks course for a women peacekeeper program, and I congratulate all of the participants. Thank you very much, and I wish you all of us can enjoy a wonderful dinner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General, for your closing remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers and guests, on behalf of UN Women, I would like to sincerely thank all the excellent speakers who shared with us their life stories, insights, and inspirations. The content has been very rich, and I certainly learned a lot myself. As we close this forum, let us reaffirm our commitment to advance the woman, peace, and security agenda, and to make a collective effort to nurture the next generation of talented women in the military, who can serve as a vital agent of peace and humanitarian service for the international community. I believe this forum successfully brought together women and men under the same mission for peace. I hope that after this forum, we will remember those stories shared today and do whatever we can from our positions to help ensure women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in peace operations. Last but not least, I would like to acknowledge and thank all the people in UN Women, DPO, and the Ministry of National Defense, and the ROK Peacekeeping Operations Center, as well as the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, who have worked tirelessly to prepare for this meaningful event. Thank you very much.
So please serve yourself. It's a buffet style. It's a beautiful food out there. And then you can kindly bring your food back to your table and enjoy the dinner. And for those of you who are staying for the dinner, I'd like to just really encourage you to network with others and to also encourage the participants of the WIMPOC program as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us. And Colonel Wellwood from Canada mentioned to me yesterday, which really struck me hard. She said that as a military personnel, she did not really think about what are her proud moments. She just basically executed what was her mission. And I think today we really need to celebrate that the military profession is a very, very honorable profession. And we really like to thank all the military personnel who have serviced their country and the international community. So thank you very much.